There we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with our lovely crew from the... my computer went crazy there for a second. From the Arcanum, that is the Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
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 Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
Hello. Welcome. It is just a crazy mess in here today, but that's all right. That's all good.
I feel that.
Hi. This is your first time here and you have no idea what this is. We are a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, having 4 parties for now. Living, existing, breathing in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Astera. So if this is your first time here, welcome. We hope you enjoy. We hope this is entertaining and relaxing and awesome. Or at least 2 of those things. Before we get into tonight, very quickly, some announcements. There won't be a ton of time needed for them because there's not a lot to get people to do. Because Humblewood, we'll do the easy one first. Humblewood is officially done and over. We did it. We solved the dungeon puzzle that is life in Humblewood. It was a beautiful ending. We really appreciated everybody who joined in, which includes 3 people here. It was a beautiful story, and I loved being a part of telling it. So we're taking a little bit of a break from the drop in, drop out campaign series stuff for a couple different reasons. But I will once we get everything sort of squared away with new campaign stuff, we will probably revisit that again soon. So thank you guys for that. And then also the big news is that our 5th campaign is fully booked. We have everyone. We just had our kind of first session 0 last night, which was super awesome. It was great. Everybody got along well. It was. I'll do I think the first inside joke is that everybody's kind of a bitch, and that's our. And I'm not going to explain it, so don't ask. It is a very crazy new campaign setup. I will kind of just do a very, very quick rundown for those that don't know. So Abravar, which is the new land included in the Asteran world, previously Imea. It's a full-blown steampunk campaign that we're doing. So Abravar is going to be filled with guns, trains, automatons, political intrigue. There'll be a country ball. There are fights on trains. There are a lot of other themes that we talked about that we started to get really specific on. I don't know, Kiki.
Rodeo.
And we're gonna have a rodeo. There's got to be a rodeo.
Hey, Joe, I love this, and I want to hear more, but I just want to give you a heads up. Your video is somewhat delayed behind your audio, and your audio is super loud.
Flipping a little bit.
Cool. Good to know. Bringing the audio down a little bit.
Make you feel nervous or anything?
It looks normal for me, but yeah, the video is definitely... Well, I'll mess with that when we switch out. So for those that are watching my lips move and then hearing me talk, I'm sorry. But yeah, it is super cool. Very excited to have that be to have that be going on. I'll have more info for that for you guys as we continue on. I will say I am going to continue to do our one question until we do our first session. The plan is right now. I'm watching the delay now. Now I see it. The plan is right now that we're going to try to have it. We're going to try to start October 3rd. So October 3rd is the goal. We still have some stuff that we need to clarify for character creation stuff for everybody. But once we have that down, I think we're ready to go. Yeah, so super excited about that. For those that were kind of waiting last minute to see if they could join in, I apologize. We'll be sitting on 5 campaigns for probably a while, maybe forever. Yeah, super excited to get that going. And then lastly, and I'm going to try to not look at my face because I know it is delayed. Now I'm seeing it. But for those who are interested in supporting the channel, the best way to do so is to like and subscribe where you are watching this, whether that is on YouTube or Twitch. And but also you can check out our Instagram and TikTok, which is down below right here at It's a Long Story _TTRPG. It's super cool. We got some clips of our favorite moments, as well as some terrain stuff. There'll be a lot more that kind of comes down the pipeline as we add the new campaign in. So super excited. I forgot. We do have a question for that campaign for anybody except for Kiki that wants to know. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
How many train cars are on the brass light?
Oh, that's no. Hannah. Hannah's first.
Yeah. Let's go. How many train cars are on the brass light?
What a crazy question. If I give a number, does that mean something to you?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if you know anything about trains, it means that you have a prime number of cars. That means that the train...
It means it's canon, Joe. It determines a lot of different things, Joe.
I know. Besides it being canon, what a crazy question to ask about...
How big's your train? That's super important to your campaign.
You're very lucky Hannah got first, because mine would have, you would kick me out, so.
I'm so confused. I'm so confused. There's no moons in the continent. I can promise you that.
No, that wasn't.
Can you give it just a couple cars, or is it super long train? Because it's only one train across the entire continent, isn't it? Well, that's a whole other question.
So yeah, I guess we can put that as 2 different questions. There are technically 2 trains. There's a train that will go one way, and there's a train that will go another way. So as far as the cars on each, I don't know, probably 10.
Nice.
Is it weird for 10?
Remember,
is 10 weird? I don't know that I need to worry about this question.
What it's doing. You know, if it's hauling stuff, you can have lots and lots of cars, but also you can add cars. Maybe it's 10 now. You should have said on what day of the week, you know?
It's carrying passengers and this my brain is broken on the reason. I need to look up trains apparently.
There's 37 cars.
There's 37 cars.
So
and none of them are connected to the train.
Yes.
Days of the week, the times, the ports that they enter, the towns. You need a whole schedule.
Yeah, real German with it.
If we're going to get our train fight, this is important information.
That's what I'm saying.
How many train cars that they can get to the end?
You fall, can you hit another car behind it and grapple on there? Which one are cargo versus?
I just gotta be honest. In my head, I'm trying to think this was I'm just trying to think of Hannah, your process of okay, cool. So we have a question. Not only am I going to ask this question, I'm going to be the first person to ask, and this is the question that I'm gonna go with. More than 5.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's a good number.
Crazy. I don't think I can do the rest of the session tonight, gang.
All right. Well, it's been fun.
Yeah,
it's been fun. It's been great. I need to apparently go learn about boxcars.
I'm going to change my whole train song that I was working on.
I'm going to read all the Boxcar Children just to make sure that I'm ready.
Steam train.
They only had the boxcar, so you only need one if you're.
They only had one boxcar. That's true for the Boxcar Children. Shout out to the boxcar children.
25 to 40 seems to be historically accurate common practice in non-mountainous territory.
I said 37.
But the function of this train is a little different. So I think, like there's I would imagine, because well, it depends what it's carrying. Cargo, whether it's just carrying passengers, and if it's just passengers, maybe it's less. And
it is carrying both cargo and passengers. I will say that.
Okay,
awesome.
37.
37. You know what? I like it. 37 sounds great.
Thank you.
Yep.
For some reason, magically, it's impossible to count. You can't count the number. If you try to count the number of train cars, it just it slips right out of your mind in some sort
every
of arcane...
Every time they try to add more cars on or take more cars off, it always ends up being 37, and it's a phenomenon, and no one understands why.
That's canon now, Joe. That's
something to do with the moons that are in the country. All right, very good. I'm going to fully back out my OBS and come back in. So before we jump into tonight, we do need to get a recap of where we left off. Kiki, I believe you are it tonight. So if you would please enlighten us.
All right, guys, this is going to be rough, but we're going to get through it. So we started the session with Io and Yori talk. Which right now I've totally lost the context of that conversation, but I know it was sweet and wholesome and heartfelt, and I loved it, even if I don't remember it. And then Prim watched Cara. She scryed on Adelia, who is serving food in the Sealy court at a ball, which we may go to according to all of the art of our characters and dresses now. Alistair Cara talked, where Alistair showed her that Hothier is contained for now, and they kind of had a discussion about trust. During this time, Gwen was journaling her legend lore, making sure she got down all the information they got from that spell about Miss Craggle, and embellishing a little as she does. After that, Io sent a message to Eris, I think, and got no response. So he asked Alistair to talk to him, and Alistair hobbled over begrudgingly. And they had a conversation about Hexbloods and the way forward, and how Io was going to handle that situation. Concluding that, we went to sleep. Then we woke up in the morning and headed to Brucelli's, where we met Gary the Goose, a very important and pivotal character in our campaign. Gwen met Emily Rose, who is the author of the smutty book, that she gave Yori.
A romance novel.
Romance novel.
Body.
An adventure romance novel.
So smut.
So smut.
Emily was horrified by the idea that a teenage boy is reading her books. I don't know why she was horrified, because she met teenage boys.
No, right?
And then through this conversation, they talk about an inscription in the book from the person who gave Gwen that book, I think. His name, was it Oscar?
Owen.
Oscar, where did I get that? Owen.
You got that from Critical Role.
Okay.
I base this on if you're watching this.
So, Owen gave Gwen this book, and he was a former romance partner to Gwen before her time at the Ludus, who got lost at sea. Gwen and Prim realize that is a mutual connection, as Owen is Prim's little brother. But she didn't know that he was lost at sea, so that was... Not sure how Prim feels about that right now.
Fine.
After that, then Gwen was like, yeah, I think your brother's dead. But let's move on and go shopping. Where Brucelli sold us a number of very useful items. One is a stick that deals with basically fire and cold damage. Wine that makes you glow. Daylight, essentially. And a couple other useful things. We figure out Bercelli clearly has a personal connection to Miss Craggle. And is a little distraught about us hunting her, but kind of wants us to put her out of her misery, or Miss Craggle out of her misery. Io questions Bercelli about hexbloods and the nature of destroying the hag, and starts to contemplate what that means for Eris. Kara asks Bercelli if she has anything that will help her fight the Queen of Air and Darkness. That makes Bercelli distraught, and she kind of pleads with them not to take on this fight, but Kara lets her know we have no choice. Io brings up the Rods of Destruction as a potential weapon to use, and the conversation quickly turns to Alistair's concepts of a plan for absolute power. Concepts of a plan. Bercelli is a little saddened by the turn of this discussion and events, and asks us to leave so that discussion's over. She doesn't want that talk in our shop. And she tells Alistair she hopes he fails. And as we leave, she gives Kara an apologetic glance, knowing what's ahead. And I probably missed a lot, but that is all the notes I have.
Trying to figure out how much I should punish you. Yeah. What's the name of the goose?
Jerry the
Goose.
It's Jerry. Everybody just go full ham in the chat.
What are his kids named? Joe.
Screaming.
What were the kids' names?
Good question. It is Timothy, and he hesitated on Harold, I believe.
No, because it was a Tom and Jerry thing.
It was Thomas.
Thomas.
Tom and Jerry.
Sorry.
And like
Gerald. So how much should we punish him?
A lot. Considering I am the designer of this whole world. A lot.
Is it Gary or Jerry? I want to write it down
Jerry.
right.
He's gonna go
Jerry.
home and it's just
Jerry. Like Tom and Jerry.
Spelled with a G. Gerry.
Gary is a ridiculous name for a goose.
Right.
Yeah, come on.
Gary?
I think that's what confused me, because I wrote it with a G, because he's like spelled with a G. And that's where they got me.
I
don't
know if it's spelled
alliteration.
Isn't there some Jerrys that spell their Jerry? Spell their name with a G.
I've never met a Jerry.
There are some. They're weird.
They're not.
Well, maybe it's like a Gerald and then goes to Jerry. If you shorten it. So
don't explain it away. Don't.
That's what I do. That is.
Don't defend with logic. How dare you?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to learn.
I like this energy tonight. We're gonna have fun.
It's gonna be good. I'm not doing anything over here. Beautiful. Other than that, Kiki, perfect. Thank you so much. Also, it is great to see. It is great to see you and not have you hiding behind the.
Hiding behind lag.
Yeah, hiding behind lag. Oh, speaking of lag. Oh boy, is it still doing it exact same for you guys?
Me, it seems good.
Yeah,
I mean, the YouTube is always lagging that way, whatever. It's behind, but yeah, you seem all right.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll hope that works. If not, I will restart and come back in. But beautiful. All right. Good. Cool. Great. Stop yelling. Here we go.
I found $20.
What's the economy? More like 35.
All right. I believe I know what we're starting off. I'm just trying to kind of get everything situated here. Everybody relax. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to start back with the idea of like just the journey going back to the gate that leads into the Gloaming Forest. I will say this is probably just after you asked the owl where to go. Or sorry, asked the owl for directions to the Gloaming Forest gate. All right, we'll jump in with that. So, as we are traveling with our compatriots, after a very, very tense conversation with a with a trusted friend and ally. There are moments of tension building into the idea of not only necessarily what you left behind, but what you're moving towards, and the questions of what is going to be held there. So I think as we are traveling along, I like to get an idea of maybe not necessarily what you guys are thinking. You can certainly tell me that if you'd like, but more of just like, what's the general vibe of your character right now? Are they focused? Are they trying to pay attention to other people? Are they nervous? Things like that. Yeah. And I think we often like to start left to right. So we're going to do this a little bit opposite. We're going to start with Prim.
I mean, I think the first thing Prim would want to do is go up to probably Sarah with the translator stone thing that Brucelli gave her, and just be like, please, just, this will help everybody so we understand you. I can't speak any of the... Alistair, could you... Brucelli gave me a translation stone to hopefully help with Sarah, so those that don't know Elvish or any of the language she's speaking can understand her a bit better.
Okay. Well, did you just run your finger along?
You see, Sarah looks at Alistair and goes, I understood everything that she said. She immediately took it away from me after. Okay.
Run your finger along the runes to activate it. If it doesn't work, just keep doing it over and over and over until it works.
She's gonna do that for at least 2 minutes before realizing that he's fucking with her, and then just.
Love it.
Okay, here you go.
Takes it from you, and you see Sarah just go, thank you. This will help immensely.
I can understand you now.
Yeah.
I could do it before I was.
You could do it before, yeah. All right. Anything that
Swing and a miss.
Anything that anyone needs to talk to me about that hasn't because they couldn't understand me?
What do you know about this hag that we're going after? I don't know that we've really asked about your knowledge.
She hands a translation stone back to Prim. No, I'm just kidding.
I think Carl looks at her too and follows up with, who did you lose other than your brother? This is more personal.
Looks at Kara and answers Alistair's question. Well, she is very good, as many figures of the Violet Court, at turning your fears against you. So having specific memories that are in the forefront of your mind being brought forward is one of her tricks, one of her many tricks. I believe that was probably what made fighting her with my brother and his party so difficult.
Wait, you lost your brother in attempt to kill the hag?
Yeah, you fought together?
No, I was not allowed.
Fuck. But did you... Were you...
To be clear, the only reason why I am able to join you now is because of Alistair threatening Fey magic.
This is where I would typically apologize, but I guess in this instance, I won't.
I appreciate it. I wish I had more to tell you all. That's the gist of it. Hopefully we can get as close as we can to her before she's able to let anything loose. I don't imagine she would assume a immediate attack after what we lost.
She already knows we're coming, so... Damn it.
The children she took, do you think they'll still be alive? And with her?
No.
Do you
Well,
think
you're a pessimist anyway, so, maybe
Can
you
I
don't know.
insight check her?
Not
You
to
certainly
mention...
do you think that she could be lured and potentially ambushed near her home?
It's possible. I mean, she, as most high Fae beings, she thinks very highly of herself, so maybe if we could play on that pride card, that might be able to help a bit.
27
The other-
insight.
She is... she's angered at the question.
The other thing we have to think about is not just if the kids are alive or dead. They could very well be alive, but if they're Hexbloods now, we heard the legend lore. She can use them against us.
That's why I asked the
She's
question if you
dead.
thought they were alive. Because if they're alive and there, she can use them either as hexbloods against us or just as tools.
Right.
Did we-
Sorry, what was the question?
The children, do you know if she keeps them with her? If they're alive, if they're there, that she can use them?
Yeah, I guess, possibly. And
Does
we need to make sure that we're acting swiftly on behalf of the lives that have been permanently transformed from this creature. I don't foresee us saving any of them.
You got a real sour attitude. I mean, you say you don't know much about it, but then you think, oh, well, I'm sure everybody's going to die, and then we can't save any children, and we're not going to be able to do anything, and, it's...
I'm preparing for what's out there, Yori.
You tell a narrative. You tell a story. That's what we do. Like, that's... And then you act according to what you think you're going to do. If you think they're going to die, then you're going to act like they're already dead.
If you think you're going into a fight that you're going to lose, you're going to lose that fight.
I didn't say I was going to lose.
You think you're going to lose something in this.
No. I'm Gonna scout out ahead just to make sure there's nothing blocking our path. You see her kind of like push forward. What did you get on the insight check specifically?
27.
27. It seems to be something involving around the word children.
Mm-hmm.
And the anger seemed to start when the question started with, what did you lose?
Did we ever find out what, like, they have all the Elandrin are sort of displaced, right? They got, that place is new. Well, where did they used to be?
Yeah,
Well, she said that they used to be in the Sealy Court. When we were walking to Bertelli, she said that Bertelli's shop is closer to the Sealy Court, where her people used to be.
Do you think maybe, I mean, like, they have a whole structure. It seems like they wouldn't be, maybe there'd be like little kings and big kings and stuff like that. But if they have a king, it's like, do you think like they used to be sort of in charge of the Sealy? I
No, I don't.
I could remember more,
so.
but I don't. Yeah, and
I
this
think
might,
they
I
were
guess it
just
might have been a
the
long time
peoples
ago.
who lived in the court.
You know, because sometimes like a kingdom is sort of like overthrown or something.
I mean, it's not impossible.
Did we talk about what's it? The Star Strangler, the rules of what are we doing about hexbloods? In general, we don't hurt them, right? Or I'm not.
I'd say try not to hurt them, but defend yourself. Like, some of them might not be acting of their own free will, but some of them might, and I don't know that there's a way we could tell the difference.
Like someone like that could use them as a kind of like shield if we're, you know.
Which is why I
Also
asked about
put
the
us-
children.
Also put us in an impossible situation.
Once they've been fully taken over by the hag, they've been fully taken over. I understand your hesitation, but that hesitation could get us killed.
I understand the rationale in approaching this. Just saying, I don't know how slim of a possibility, but if a certain someone is among their number here, I ask that you incapacitate her. Do not kill her, and then we'll kill the hag first. That's gonna be for me. It's the equivalent to if one of y'all ended up becoming a hexblood and getting taken. That's the only one I'm not gonna be able to compromise on.
And above board, have you told us what she looks like essentially?
I think with that, I think I probably would have. I think I mentioned her back when we were on the island, but for posterity's sake, you'd say. And with that, if y'all see a hexblood with orange skin, antlers, tattoos that move around her body, and real thick Coke bottle glasses, and real bushy curly hair, that's my girl. And
She sounds really cool. That's like a
Oh,
cool.
yeah. She's the world to me. And also saw your message, show. 1 second.
Did I send you something?
I think I saw one pop up from you, but it might have been towards the group.
Oh, that was just the Frostfire branch.
Oh, I was just
in-
responding. Yeah,
mid-game.
Okay, gotcha. I was thrown off there. I was being ready for nothing. But yeah, that's Eris. I really hope we can save every last one of them Hexbloods.
Maybe they can be turned back or something. It seems like we don't really have a lot of information about what happens when you kill the hag, you know.
I'm not exactly worried about them turning back. I just want them to have their freedom to be them again.
Shelly did tell us that when the hag dies, the Hexbloods are free to sort of
be who they are.
But a lot of them will want power of their own and probably fight to fill the vacuum that she leaves.
Well,
but Io, if your lady is there, we'll do whatever we can to protect her.
I appreciate it, y'all. I'm letting you know up front what my weakness is to y'all. And I'm already letting you know I'm not strong enough.
We need to be prepared for her to use that against you.
Exactly why I'm letting you guys know up front. I'm just saying, push comes to shove, y'all might need to take me down too.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Sorry, I had to do something.
So ominous.
That was not what. That was not on purpose.
Take me down too.
Like that really did.
Roll initiative.
But
I mean, I think it's fair to say that we're all going to be facing our demons one way or another, and being able to rely on each other is going to be an important facet in getting through this.
Right. We also are gonna need to be. I don't know how we're gonna pull this off. She knows we're coming. She's probably listening to us right now. We gotta be. I don't know how, but we gotta be unpredictable. Something. But I don't know how that works.
DM, do I see any magical sensors floating around us?
Like divination sort of things of like picking up. Roll me an Arcana check.
24.
24. With a 24, there's a lot of magic in regards to like random like small little creatures that are kind of floating in and out, but you don't notice any of them specifically gleaming with any sort of like divination magic.
I think we're fine for now, Io, but I do know that once we get through this portal, we're basically in her area. So things could change, and it may not necessarily just be divination magic. I'm sure the plants and the creatures there probably owe her some allegiance or are scared enough to report back to her.
I guess
she's
that
old.
Also brings up, is everybody ready to go through the portal?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Prim,
Yeah.
How closely connected to nature are you?
I'm 40%.
Did you just pull that number just out of your ass?
No, I pulled it out of my head.
Okay.
The wine from Brucelli would allow us to speak with plants, and I was just thinking that
I can help with tracking.
It might help us potentially get us some information, or at least let us know what we might face.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Also, yeah, I can help with tracking and a little bit of a little bubble around us to help with stealth, getting through some spots.
I have to ask again, Princess. I know your father said that they would remove the stone
She's not
from the
here.
portal.
She walked
Oh.
ahead.
She walked. She ran up ahead. You can run to catch up.
Alistair can't. God.
Oh,
Okay.
It's
All right,
worse
cool.
that
Thanks.
you said
When I
no.
pick him up, no, one arm princess carry you.
I know that her dad, the king, said that they would remove the stone after 3 days. We could keep it open if we wanted to.
What are you thinking?
I still have some of the glue that we found from the creature in the forest between Celeste and Eriskar.
What is the glue gonna do?
Short of a extremely powerful magical spell or a dissolvent that I've yet to discover, it won't ever stop holding whatever it is that we glue together.
Can you make more?
Maybe
Yeah,
when
we
I
have
have
to-
more than an evening in a tavern with anything other than the tools that I have, maybe.
Cool. I mean, I didn't mean right now. I just meant it seems like it's really kind of fun.
Yeah.
You stick anything and it sticks forever. Like that sounds like awesome. You could do a lot of cool stuff.
You could. I used it to stick one of my buttons on the boat that we were on.
No.
I guess that's unless I take the plank off, I suppose. And then, is it even the same boat?
I guess my only question would be, what about the ramifications of leaving this gate
That's-
open?
yeah.
They closed it
That's
for
what I
a
was gonna
reason.
say. It's
Okay.
not just the person we're going to fight. It's the whole violet horde on the other side of the gate. I think these people's... The gate's a form of protection for them. Us permanently keeping it open is not only a violation of their trust, but could endanger their entire population.
What if we put the glue on the branch and smack the hag with it?
I
I would be
requires
I told you, it gives you ideas.
it requires a
whole thing.
minute to set at least.
Oh,
Um,
we didn't. Does
Damn.
every part of the branch have to touch the hag? Like, if the branch happened to, I don't know, like,
I feel like
blow
it's a
up.
what if that's gonna drive
Um,
us mad?
and
You-
like we
you-
had some to
in theory grind the branch down and make her drink it. And it's inside her. That's
put her
all.
in some sort of
Constantly giving her
flammable powder that explodes.
like really bad tummy ache the whole time.
Oh, I love that idea. The only problem would be,
Like chugging.
what if she can... Well, we have Al, who can see magic. Then, couldn't Huxley hear magic or some shit? What if she can smell magic or something?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yes. And then somebody who can
Taste it?
taste magic and feel magic and like
Okay,
maybe
everyone, this isn't a
have a
game.
magical sense of time.
No.
Sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, serious time.
Bruh, I know it's
Whatever.
not a game. I'm thinking logically. If we tried to grind this shit up and tried to feed it to... I feel like that'd be something... How old is she? How old is this
I was
bitch?
only half joking because I know when you damage a magical artifact, it can it
Problem is
like
we don't have
damage
two.
magic? That's a part of it.
I was gonna find out with this mask.
See, you're already a first year at the Ludus, Ara. That is absolutely correct. We cannot damage just for the grinding it up and feeding. A minute ago, you were all set to. We have to kill her right away. Now you want to sit down and have lunch with her?
No.
No.
Nice.
That's fair. That's fair. Nope, I know my spot. Okay.
She does like to feed people stuff, though. There's like a meal type thing going on.
And isn't there
You
like
don't have
a
to leave, Prim.
I'm just taking 3 steps back.
isn't
Okay, that's
isn't there
defensive posture.
a rule here that hospitality, if we offer something, I mean, you ran into that with Bulu. We could
Is
use
that
the rules
very
against
old?
her. It's an option, maybe.
It's hard to know what rules get enforced how and
That's
why
fair.
and where, but there are things. And then she'll have her own rules. And usually I think that's the biggest thing, is that it seems like a lot of creatures here have their own specific set of rules, and they will always follow those. So if you could find out what those are, then you can sometimes use those against them, but like you have to know what their own rules are.
I have another crackhead idea that might work. If Sarah has potential nature magic or something like that, if there's a way to maybe make the branch grow,
I could make it grow.
I mean, maybe we could make something to make a new.
I mean, it's only going to be, I think, maybe I can make it grow for like 10 minutes?
So the branch just has to touch her, or does she have to be like stabbed
Get a
with
lot of
it, or is
information.
it the ranged type thing?
What it seemed like is that if we can hit her with it somehow, even touch her with it, that's going to make it so that she doesn't have all the different things that, like, you know, that she'd get for being in her home, you know. 'Cause
Above board, Joe, the branch, what is it classified as? Is it a quarterstaff, a dagger? Like, what is its classification as a weapon type?
I would
Just
say,
figuring proficiency wielding it.
I would say it's a short stick. So if there had to be a classification to it, it's like a club.
Okay.
Probably Yori.
Any simple
Probably
weapon
Yori.
proficiency would absolutely be able to
even
handle
if it
it.
was
Okay,
improvised,
so-
I'd have, residency with it. So.
I could do it too, yeah.
E3.
I think most people can do simple weapons, right?
Not
Simple,
me.
yeah, if it's just...
But the rest of it,
Some
maybe.
time I could also make
That's in game. Most of you guys can handle simple weapons, right?
Nope.
She tried. You know, they do there was some martial arts classes or self-defense classes at the Ludus, you
Quinn
know.
knows that the greatest weapon is a quill.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's correct.
That's right.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
So,
Literally.
are we literally standing in front of the gate that you mentioned with like
Nope,
the
we're
You guys
walking
are
towards
on.
the gate.
Yeah, you guys are walking and talking.
We've been through it. We're through at this point. Yeah, you said they were kind of like thorns and stuff. And
We're
like,
not-
No.
so we're
Whoa,
walking
time
towards
out,
the
time
gate.
out.
We're
No.
walking to the gate.
No. Let me
Not even
clarify.
walking to the gate.
You're walking to the gate. Yeah, you're not through the
the
gate
last-
or anything like that. You guys are at the end of the campaign while you guys are talking. No, you guys.
That's how we roll in this campaign.
So what? So we said
not.
starting this conversation was that you had just kind of like you had just passed the owl that had like kind of guided you, and you did everything
So
right that
we're
you're supposed to
still-
do. So you're still kind of like walking along.
Okay, so I was where we were kind of like waiting somewhere, like and then the tension of that. So okay, cool.
No, I was giving you guys just as much time as you need.
Is
Listen.
Boo still here?
Can I just
What's
ask
that?
everybody?
Is Hoot still here?
Bulu?
Bulu? Yeah, Bulu's still here.
Bulu is always with us.
There's a
That is
moment
the
that I
same.
think like maybe in this moment that like you just see like just this long-lipped creature just yeah. Has no idea what you guys are talking about.
Bulu's our Jar Jar Binks.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna ask us something?
I'm just realizing he was literally doing the Jar Jar Binks walk. He blips from existence.
Erased from memory.
He's gone. Clint, what were you
Can I-
going to ask?
Can I just ask everyone to please indulge me for a moment? Listen, we know that there's strength and power in witch covens, and I don't know how it works or if it will work for us, but I think that if we all just start to believe in each other a little bit more and trust each other and lend each other whatever strength or power that we have as we go into this, it can't hurt. And if it does something for us, then at least we'll have that extra bit that we didn't have before we got there. And I know that's going to be hard for some of you. It's going to be hard for me, but I think we should at least try it considering what we're facing.
I mean, I trust you. I mean, I kind of wanted to do like, I mean, I'll even fight with Othir if you know, it's just, whoever is fighting is especially in a fight. But you've never, I don't feel like you've ever let me down in a way that like I trusted you and then you broke that trust. So, you know.
I think I mean more in the same way that you believe in Snorri or Para believes in Mask.
So, right before we came here, I had this dream about the Rune King. And I woke up and I at one point realized where I was. And the first thing I did was I talked about all of you. Because to me, you all are sort of, you make it all real. And when I thought I was in one of those places that tries to trick you and confuse you, thinking about each one of you and what you've done and who you are, made me remember who I am. So that's what I'm going to carry with me into this. Is all of you are kind of my home and help make me me.
Yeah.
Even you, Prim.
Yeah. Y'all are right. I'm sorry, it's just been so much, but yeah, I mean, we've got little man. You literally cannot lose. You made a deal with that thing, right? And breaking deals is a crime here, so you can't fail. Al, you've brought a powerful primordial water spirit to heal. Gwen, you've gone and you were a warlock when I met you. Now you're not. So you clearly told your librarian friend to sob right off. Kara, you got the power of a literal god in your corner. And Prim, you can literally embody the aspect of your dematerialized arm. We got this. We got this.
You can kick real hard.
You're a genius, Yori. Does everyone still have the buttons that I gave you?
But you know that I did.
Well, I'm just when if the hag starts giving us visions or memories, like Yori said, things that we can't trust, the button, you know it's real. You know that I gave it to you, and you'll know that at least that's real.
They can be our totems, the one thing that's real, and anything else.
Button coven. Okay.
Joe, above table, the archway that we're going to, does it seem like it has teleportation type magic? From what I remember of it and what it seems to do?
It was hard to tell because it was missing a piece.
Yeah.
So like the entire, it was just, the whole gate was down. But I mean, it's been referred to as a gate. It's been referred to as, so the assumption would be yes, for sure.
There's a chance, even if it's closed, if I can study it, maybe we can get back to it. If it does have teleportation properties. So even if it's closed, there's a chance. Maybe.
I mean,
I
it
know
could
there's
be
a lot of
useful
maybes.
even beyond this fight. Once we move on to the next step, or when we're in the Sealy Court fighting Adelia, having a place to go, that we know, that could be huge.
Yeah.
Alistair. First off, Bulu nods.
He agrees.
True point. But Alistair, you hear a message in your head. I know this is tricky to ask, and maybe it'd be best if we just wait till we get to the gate, but I wish to discuss with you something. I don't know if you can catch up to me, but I would rather it just be you. Thoughts?
I'll reach. I assume Gwen and Alistair are walking side by side. I'll reach over and squeeze her hand. I need to talk to Sarah alone for a minute. And then I'll start walking forward. I'm on my way.
All right.
When would stop anybody who went to follow?
No way.
If they were, I don't know.
Hello.
Punch them in
Come
the
on.
chest.
No.
Just hit him as hard as I could in the chest, and I said,
Why-
"Son, when are you gonna get right with?" Never mind. If you guys,
A -3 strength, it would not do anything to anybody.
When? Ow, my collarbone.
the ridiculousness of that that video lives in my head every day. Okay. Yeah. So you, I won't be mean. You catch up to Sarah. Watch her head. She's just like on a cold like a branch. Okay. The only reason I'm even willing to talk about this is because of, well, there's a couple of reasons. One, I assume you're going to keep this between you and me, and no one in my family would believe anything that you said anyways. And then also just because I feel like you would just understand the gravity and not the emotions tied to it. Okay?
I make no promises to not tell the people in the party, but I will do my best. Lying amongst friends has never worked well for this group, and I wish to avoid it if possible, but I will hold your confidence in secret unless it threatens the rest of the party.
This isn't lying. It's just a very big secret. I had a son. It was fairly recent.
Is that why your brother and you ventured after the hag?
It was the reason why he did. I couldn't. I wasn't allowed. But I wanted him to go out and make sure that what happened to me couldn't happen to anyone else ever again. It was not to rescue or have any hope of bringing back that which is lost. For at this point in time, that monster has had a hold of... The monster's probably had a hold of my son for too long. I tell you this because I believe that there is a possibility that she will use that against me. And while I imagine myself to be strong enough to not do anything stupid, I do not know if that was what befell my brother or not. It is incredibly important that no one in Iabellon knows about this.
That I can assure you. They won't learn from me, but if I could just be so bold, two things. One, that is information that would be important for the rest of the group to know. If you want us to attempt to help, Io also has someone special to him that is possibly...
I don't want that conversation. That's why I asked to speak with you. I don't want that conversation.
Okay. I can have that conversation for you, but if you prefer not, then that's fine. The second thing, are we still walking?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll stop and gently grab her arm to face me. I've heard you say so many times that you weren't allowed to do something. I've been told my whole life I'm not allowed to do things, and that the things that I want to do are incorrect or strange or odd. You make the choices. If you want to do something, then do it. The only one that can stop you is you. And I can't help but notice the number of times that you weren't allowed to do something that ended up negatively impacting you and your life. Maybe you should take control of it. If you choose.
Very easy words coming from a creature that has never had to govern a whole race. But you're not wrong.
I'm going to pull the little tiara out of the bag of holding that allows her dad to track her.
It's a diadem.
Diadem. I'm going to give this back to you. And you can make that choice of what you want to do and when you want to do it. But understand that you will have to make decisions very soon. Probably decisions that you haven't been allowed to make. You need to decide whether you're going to allow yourself to make those decisions. Because I know 6 people that are going in there with you that will make those decisions regardless.
I assume that is some sort of portal bag that you took that out of.
I assume you're going to tell me that I can't take it through the portal we're going through.
No, I was going to. She puts kind of a hand on it and your hand. I was going to ask you if you'd please put it back.
Yeah. Listen, I understand, and I'll keep your secret, but I'd hate myself forever if I didn't say it at least one more time. Once we get to the other side of this portal, once we find ourselves in danger, we will take courses of actions that you may not agree with or you may have knowledge of, and if you decide that you aren't allowed or can't share or can't help, then you become a liability. Or decisions and actions will be taken that might harm you or your people. Not intentionally, just through ignorance or decisions made in the moment. I urge you to drop the shackles of whatever it is that is holding you back. If you don't want to rule a kingdom, then don't rule a kingdom. But if you do it your way, not whatever way hasn't been working.
Human, right?
Yes.
Very interesting species. Thank you.
Thank you. I would be happy to call you a friend once this is all over.
I like that.
One of the requests. Typically, we ask before we enter someone's mind.
Understood. Apologies. I've been made suddenly aware of my royal privilege. So I will I will be more mindful.
Sorry, we were asking. Brucelli gave us a potion that would allow us to speak with the plants. How are you with plants? You might.
On our side, great. On their side, I have no idea. This would be my first time entering the Gloaming Forest, admittedly.
I typically like to tell people to push down their feelings and emotions, but part of me wonders if going into the Gloaming Forest already thinking about those things that we fear might be somewhat helpful if we at least brace ourselves for what we know is coming. Maybe embrace those feelings. They'll be less likely to be able to harm us. Thoughts?
I guess it's possible that would work. Elves are relatively usually have some sort of immunity to charmed effects, and therefore having creatures pry into our mind. And I think usually it is of a part of us being able to turn off that trigger. So I assumed that was the best course of action. But I mean, if there is a fear that one of you thinks is possible to handle, that's actually not a bad idea.
I see everyone is kind of getting closer. I did want to tell you, if things do seem out of reach, or you feel that you're being overwhelmed in whatever happens, I know he may not be your favorite, but Yori is talk. Is probably the most capable person in our group to protect you, and he's also probably the best of us. Despite the way he may be behaving, he is one of the most wise and noble and gracious people I've ever met. And you do well to remember that.
Understood. He's definitely shown more depth than the average fairy, that's for sure.
He's anything but average.
I imagine that could be said about everyone here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But here, in this place, I think he'll surprise every one of us. Also, yeah, they're actually, every one of them is amazing. All of them. You're lucky that they found you. Just like I am.
I think in this moment, you, both Sarah and you, Alistair, recognize that you had been stopping for a while. You are reminded of that by hearing the sound of Bulu going, yeah! Not very far behind you.
We're all together again. Let me know if you change your mind.
Well, and like I said, and like pauses just for a second. And now everybody's here. That does seem like a very good idea, Alistair.
Yeah, Sarah and I were discussing, we know that this creature is going to try and use our fears against us. If we were to perhaps focus on particular fear that we feel we could overcome and project that fear as much as possible, that we could maybe cheat the system. A little bit.
Was that as awkward as it?
Yeah.
Can I insight
Absolutely.
check that?
Yeah. Yeah. Please do.
29.
Cool. Again, there's a lot of things that haven't been discussed yet. It's a very romantic setting in the forest. I think like rounding that corner, there's also the moment where there's, I don't know if Alistair's Alistair, do you think you put the diadem back in the bag yet?
I think I put it back in the bag, and I'm probably holding her wrist because I am trying to be sincere.
Yeah, love it. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, there's a moment of like, all right, weird. The 29, I will say, against my better judgment as a DM for spreading drama, I do think you get the idea that it is some sort of sincere conversation that was had using the skill set or personality that Alistair has. That I think there's also I think Kara, recognizing that there was a conversation that was had without you, what is the feeling on that, given the like kind of like maybe like growing relationship you've had with Sarah? Is there like a touch of like why Alistair, or is there just
no, because it's not like she. I guess because she could only speak to me and Alistair before. That's what you're getting at. I think she like, especially because of the way she acted earlier.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, she already seemed kind of like
She's like, why is she mad at me? I've only tried to help her.
Right. Yeah, I think that's so I say like carrying that over. I think you are able to brush that aside with a 29, but I do think also it makes sense to kind of keep that a little bit bubbling below the surface of like, what is this? Why is this a private conversation of them? But the 29, with a 29, you know it's not romantic.
So,
unless you want to choose to fail it.
Fears. No. Fears, right?
I think that's a great idea.
You want us to, like, think about our fear?
I think he meant one that we think we can control. So we can control the narrative that she's looking for.
Looking dead at Alistair, she just goes, one we can control? Like Hothier?
I think that's a poor choice, Garth.
I mean, I guess every time Hothier came out, we kind of beat him up.
Like the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man.
Don't
Bulu.
you not exist anymore, Bulu?
What?
Yes, like this poor guy.
And only Yori can understand him.
I didn't get 2 translations, I only got the 1.
Oh my god, now I wish the premise was that actually Yori's the only one that sees him and everyone's been playing along this whole time.
That would be so good.
Yeah.
Seriously, what is he saying?
Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man.
I
Gwen
honestly,
is gonna repeat
I don't think
it
I can
back to
translate.
him.
There aren't words for that in.
Gwen's gonna try to
I don't know
repeat
what
Yeah,
state is.
you hear Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man, which I still don't think makes sense to you.
Gwen is going to try with Bulu to just repeat back exactly what he says. So try to say it exactly like he said in Sylvan.
Right. Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man.
I'm gonna grab the little translator stone from Sarah
I
and walk
only
over to
know
Bulu,
man.
put it in his hand. Bulu, what are you scared of?
The Stay Pushed. The Stay Pushed Marsh. Marsh. I only should. There. One of the words meant man.
Oh, why?
He sounds like a wise old man when he holds that stone.
Have you been to the Gloaming Forest before?
Oh,
Yeah, we're traveling there, and
you guys got this.
Yeah, okay, but we were thinking that if we all collectively focused on a single fear, that we could potentially. What are you scared of, Bulu? Elves with bows?
All of it.
All.
So Nolani?
I'm gonna take that and walk over. Nope. Yeah, we're done.
Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
You understand we're going to fight a hag, right, Bulu? Is that?
No.
You're into that?
No, I'll watch.
You're gonna
Where?
watch. You're gonna go into the territory of the hag and watch?
Where is it?
I guess it's through the gate.
Oh, yeah, no.
Where is anything here?
I'm
I was
good.
just like,
I'm good.
all right, great. Good job. You're doing good.
So that the
Above
fear.
board, that means Bulu is not joining you in the Glowing Forest. That's what he's
That's
trying to say.
fine. We don't want to keep him alive, so
I'm good.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Oh, okay. I'm
I'll
good.
be there. You won't see me because I'm so good at hiding.
What's another collective fear that we could focus on then? Because that's the only thing I can think of that.
I was thinking like
I guess
individual
Prim doesn't
fears
know
is what you're
that.
saying.
collective. Does it? Were you thinking collective, Alistair, or just one?
What?
I was thinking collectively because if we put out enough of the same energy, maybe that it would attach to that rather than each of us thinking of something, and if one of us has a greater fear, then that is the fear that she might latch on to. Rather than each of our fears individually, we could try and force a single fear to face.
I'm scared
What's
of
your
everyone
step?
leaving.
Yeah, I don't think the fear of being alone is one we should be really pushing.
Yeah.
But it might be one we share.
That is Sarah. Well, that is both a collective and individual fear.
I'm helping.
Oh, damn it. The first one I thought that we could have shared collectively is top going down, but I don't want to have to live in a world where that actually can become a real reality, so that one's not going to work either.
Let's
Well-
all be afraid that Yori's gonna die.
I mean,
No.
humans
There.
humans are traditionally extremely scared of spiders, right?
What?
There's
Is that
only
not
one human.
She's
I don't
I
know.
don't like
so-
spiders.
Spiders.
There's so many stories about humans being very scared of spiders, and that's
Like the big
That's-
ones. There's like
Yeah.
the ones that are like the
They're
size of a, like you
Is that
shouldn't be
not
scared
true?
of those.
not really, especially for us. One of our best friends, one of our favorite merchants is a spider, actually. It gets us pretty
You
strong
know a
tone, but
spider
well.
merchant? What?
Oh
Yeah.
Magpie.
Someday. Take it back, Magpie.
Magpie, he's a very good friend of ours.
Mm-hmm.
that's
I don't know
I
bird.
mean, we
either.
met him for like
That
an
No,
hour.
no.
So very
I
good.
know-
Individuals might be afraid of spiders, but as a whole,
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Apologies, I was just because there's so many.
it's very reductive of you. I just want you to know that.
I
Just like
didn't
the
know.
Humans have a lot of stories about the Feywild too, and
That's
I
true,
guess
we do.
not all of them.
Is there
are true.
anything that you would assume that we're afraid of? Or Yori, you had to correct them on being afraid of?
I mean, there are a lot of things that I experienced here that have to do with fear, but they are more
Okay.
like, yeah.
Lulu seemed pretty scared of sandwiches.
Well, there's the whole, I mean, promises.
Deals, yeah.
Oh, that's a real one.
yeah. I mean, I think that's a
You
real
all
one
seem
for
kind of
us
scared
too.
of deals, and I think I'm a little. Yeah, I feel that when with the flower.
I have a feeling she's going to latch on to more substantive fears and less vague. Like a fear of making a deal is not something. I mean, you could probably in a way leverage that, but if she wants to incite real terror, it's going to be something physical that can do us real harm.
Can we just like not
Well-
be afraid of anything?
Like a fear of drowning.
What if we're just afraid of her?
Jesus.
That is
That would be
Who's
not
that?
a great thing to push.
Some
It
dude.
would just give her more power.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Let's just not be afraid of anything.
I don't know.
Sarah looks at Alistair at that.
Talk.
Okay, what about this the fear of being alone? Let's stick with that.
Well, okay, what if our fear of being alone gives her the ability to scatter us, and now we have to fight her minions or whatever alone, and we're separated?
What if we have a fear of overthinking things?
That's a big fear.
I
I'll
wish we
stare
feared it
right
more.
at Gwen. I will look right at Gwen. I'm almost certain that we could find each other no matter what.
Can't find each
Aw.
other if you're dead.
Ah.
Well, I mean, depends what your whole thing is with, because like a lot of people, when they die, they go different places, and it's just like a step on a journey. And
Gwen's just gonna hold Alistair's hand as they all sort of talk.
Yori's gonna hold Prim's hand.
I'm sorry.
I thought there was a thing we were doing. I'm sorry.
No,
I just
it's not
Bulu's gonna
ask-
hold
ask
Io's
next
hand.
time.
I just thought we were holding hands as like a part of like we were gonna jump through and everybody was holding hands. And,
Bulu's going to
Sorry.
grab one of Io's like head tentacles.
Kara's gonna look
See,
down
he's doing it.
very
Without happening-
uncomfortably and then look at Zara like, what the fuck is going on?
Io's gonna instinctively telekinetic shove. That does not feel good.
Yeah, gets knocked 20 feet back into a tree.
Oh, I think he's dead. All right, so
Can you tell him sorry? Y'all gotta warn me if you're gonna touch them. They're really sensitive.
That's true. It's all right. Okay. Fear of being alone.
is he
This is
doing it again?
Callisto.
Oh.
Partner.
Yeah, partner. What are you doing there?
They're all doing it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're being
I assume
weird.
this is some sort of ritual that we're casting,
No, it's a. I think they're trying
pooling
to.
our magic together.
Yeah, the magic of love. They're trying to bond.
That's not a thing.
That's because you haven't experienced it yet. It is a thing.
I'm not so
Magic.
close-minded that I can say you're wrong, but I'm pretty close to it.
Well, since you're pretty close to it, we're gonna have to move you the other way.
Saying the man that will not grab my hand.
I just grabbed your hand
Okay.
as he
Great.
reaches down across his hand.
And it's really cute, guys.
Does he have a hand? So like
He's got a hand. He's got
what
like
is it
that
called?
like
What's it
webbed
called?
Yeah, it
webbed
really is.
hand.
It's very hand-like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's Abe
Sticks
from Hellboy.
Yes. Now you cannot
Sarah.
tell me you don't feel at least a tiny little bit of warmth.
I'm not grabbing your hand, Gwen. What?
It's fine. I wasn't going to ask that. When we were talking earlier, I was going to ask your home that you were displaced from. Is that still beyond the gate?
Different gate, but yes.
Where exactly was that?
I was in a very beautiful place. In the Sealy Court.
Right. I think you did mention that. And it's not accessible now.
No.
Okay. We had talked about maybe luring her somewhere, ambushing her, and I was wondering if that could be an area.
Yeah,
That's
it's pretty far from here.
Back to the fears.
I think it might be worth talking about things that we may face from personal fears that maybe we should be ready for if whatever the thing is that we're fighting turns into it. Avoids eye contact from Kara. I had a son that I gave birth to. he was taken away from me fairly recently. By EX. I am fairly certain that any sort of remnant of Eladrin being or blood has been tainted. So that's what I was talking with Alistair about, and I was reassured by Alistair that it might be best that the group knows.
How old
Yeah.
was he, if I may ask?
Not even a year.
Gods.
My daughter was 3 when she was taken.
How long has it been?
Two months.
Gods.
There's still a chance, Sarah.
No.
Though he might not be Eladrin anymore.
You see Sarah looking at Alistair like, this is exactly what I didn't want. But go ahead, I'll continue.
I mean, even if he's not an Eladrin anymore, he could still be your son. You could still have a life with him. Would you want that? It's okay if you don't, but I don't know. I'm not a parent, but if the same happened to me, I just want that opportunity myself.
If I may, I think these are later problems.
Yeah.
Is this the fear you think will manifest, though? That's why you're sharing it with us?
Correct.
Are you scared that he's dead? Or are you scared that he's turned into Hexblood and he's still alive?
I hope he's dead. Because that's the best option, considering.
Seeing how uncomfortable she is in this, Kara's gonna turn to the group and say, to that point, I think we should actually all admit to what our greatest fear is so that we can be prepared, because we don't know whose fear she's latching on to. It's Hothir for me. What is everyone else's?
You know, before we got here, I would have said dying and having to greet my patron right before I'd go, but you know what scares me even more? Every time I send Eris a message and I don't hear back, it's a moment where she's going to turn on me and I'm going to have to make a choice, either put her down or be put down or help put y'all down. A hurry y'all kind of thing.
Is it my turn? Is that what I mean, living through whichever hell I've lived through again.
You lived through hell?
Not the literal sense, more just abandoned, wandering, trying to grasp at any aspect of being able to figure out what was happening.
Is that between when you lost Adelia and you found the monastery?
Yeah.
Let's be clear on why we're doing this, to be able to recognize when and if these fears were to come. The more ambiguous you are about what you're afraid of, the less we'll be prepared.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid of my entire life means nothing. I'm afraid that I'm unimportant. I'm afraid that I have nothing to offer but wild theories that no one wants to pursue other than me.
I'm afraid of becoming my mother.
Should we be able to recognize her?
Just someone who goes through life with no care of how she affects other people, as long as she gets what she wants. She does it with a smile.
That's not you, but
I hope not.
I'll keep a lookout. I'm scared of waking up. So I didn't go to sleep last night.
What is it about waking up that scares you?
I'm scared of waking up and it's just black. And then slowly the earth above me is uncovered. And then I'm taken to a new place. And I go there and do whatever nonsense that the Feywild has to offer until I can't do it anymore and I have to ask for help. And then when I ask for help, they come and they pretend like they're sweet and they take me back and tell me I'm not done. And then I wake up again and I'm in the earth. And this one has been the longest one by far. But there were some that were pretty long. And it's pretty easy to lose yourself and think right when you finally think that you're not where you were, that's the most fun for them. So, I guess if you wake up and it's black and or if you're, in some place and you just flooded with the memories of other people and they're not your memories, or if you're crawling through just endless thorns, any of those, not my favorites, but I think this, that feeling when you wake up and you know that you're still in a dream and it's not a good dream.
Damn.
I think, what if we used the buttons and just, even in dreams, have it with you so that it's the one thing that you know is real? And you can use it to focus.
Well, he said sometimes if you take a thing and you mess with it or you do something, you make yourself a habit of it, that then sometimes in a dream that you can do that thing, and then it can help you to know that you're in a dream.
I think that that's a great idea.
Okay, then I'll keep this. Oh, I know. I'll tuck it into the gauntlets that's touching my hand. I'll take the button and tuck it in.
Yeah. Gwen's gonna show her charm bracelet, and where the button is like right where it can be in her palm.
Hey,
Okay,
Al,
they might-
you got some needle and thread?
Yeah.
Right here. And then he's pointing right next to where the clasp is. I want you to attach it right now. I know
To
we're
his
moving,
face?
but
That's
no,
hardcore.
to the head wrap.
Yeah.
And then he stoops down because I think Aya was a bit taller than Alistair.
Couple inches. Yep. Cool.
All right, good.
Tara, would you like a button?
You're talking to me.
Sar.
I didn't know what you guys were talking about.
It's a. My parents always talked about buttons having being so important, yet so seemingly unimportant. I usually give them to people that I find interesting and want to connect with. I wanted to give you one, but it hadn't felt like a good time to do so. So please, I would prefer if you took it just because, but I think it also might help us in whatever we face.
Okay. She puts it in a pouch on her belt. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I think we're... Are we set?
Sarah, before we get there, can I see the missing piece? I don't know if there'll be time when we get there, but if I can study it, there's a chance I could get us back. If it's teleportation magic.
Sure. Yeah. I had to carry it this way because it's extremely heavy. But I mean, you see her kind of like wave her hand through the air, and this large stone block that has this like kind of like almost sort of like only like a slight V in connection to it, and you can actually see there is a vine, like a piece of a vine that is actually like attached and curved around it. As you, Gwen, study it.
Yeah, I'll take out my spell book and just start sketching it, like in the center of the page where I could sketch the rest of the gate around it if there's a chance, but at least I'll have these runes.
Yeah, I'd say roll me maybe I'd say I'd allow you to do investigation on this.
Can I guide
Unless you want to
her
make an
in what she's
argument
doing?
to something else. Yeah, absolutely. Guidance. Yeah.
Right. Oh, that's a 19 plus 3 plus guidance.
Okay.
19 plus 3 is 22. And then I got a 4 on guidance, so 26.
26?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Can you do me a favor? Can you message me in Discord that you rolled a 26 on understanding the stone glyph? That's cool.
Thank you.
Hold on, guys. I got a message from Jess.
Yeah, I just messaged you that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right.
That was cute. Yeah, she'll look back at Sarah and just say, "Thank you. I think this will help give us a chance if we need it."
I'm sorry I haven't asked. Do you, beyond the spectral arm, which is amazing, do you have any other elemental attacks that you have at your disposal?
Not elemental. I mean, checking something. Oh yeah, I have the I can do psychic or kind of mess with people's minds because I can rip a blade out of my arm and throw it.
Holy shit! How'd you learn how to do that?
Barrel.
Damn, that's
Mentioning him. Is he a friend?
Oh, yeah, no, that,
It's usually this round thing.
yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
You put stuff in it.
Who is?
This is Bulu. He's still sitting down on the.
How can he
like, this-
understand me?
No,
Yuri understands.
I think because you said barrel. I think he just understands
Yeah,
barrel.
barrel.
I don't know. Yeah.
No, he's Earth Genasi in Dare's Wharf,
Makes sense.
Garden of Blood, who trained me to do this.
Monk stuff.
He's like a ghost.
No, he was astral projecting when you saw him, Yori.
Oh, so that wasn't him. He's like in another place too.
Yeah, he was most likely in the Garden of Blood and was just kind of.
Are there many Stone Genasi monks in Dare's Wharf? It's just I saw somebody that I met once back in Nova Sol, and if there's another little coincidence, I think I might need a moment.
Kara, Earth Genasi's. I'd say like above board, you guys would know like Earth Genasi's kind of have different sort of flavor to them all about because they're kind of like representing the Earth. So there's like that different sort of color sort of spectrum. The idea of like if you're being specific, Gwen, and saying like green Earth Genasi's.
Yeah, I think
Kara,
exactly what she'd do is she'd dig through, pull out a journal that has him like sketched, and just like show it to Prim. Like, please tell me this isn't him.
Beautiful. That's him.
Yeah, no, yeah. No, that's Beryl. Good drawing.
Thanks. I only met him once, very, very briefly, back in Nova Sol when I was like 16. He picked me up off the ground when somebody knocked me over in the middle of a festival. And then I saw him in Dare's Wharf. And it was just... And now you know him. You know Owen. Gwen's just gonna blue screen for a little bit.
Well, it's also weird because, like...
Yeah. All right. We'll unpack that later, maybe.
Or not.
Or not.
Well, actually, speaking of him, how many days has it been? I don't know. The time's weird, right? Going in, out, and chaos.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
On the other plane, over there, in 2 weeks, there will be like a full moon kind of a thing, and he was asking if I would be back by that point to help him with a potential job that he had coming up.
Is he a werewolf?
I don't think he's a werewolf. That'd be weird. How do you like
Cool.
with the? Anyways. Ugh.
What's a
I hope it's
werewolf?
okay if I listen in. It just seems like, it's like an interesting thing.
No,
going
like
on
that
here,
would
and
be absolutely wild.
Sorry, you don't know what a werewolf is?
Y'all don't have those?
I know
yet?
where wolves are.
We'll explain it.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
Dope.
Personal feeling of accomplishment to break Clinton like that.
No,
No, I'm sorry. Seriously, a world that literally physics are more of a suggestion than a rule, but men turning into werebeasts or men turning into half animal, half beast things. You guys don't have that, Zara?
Is that
Why
what
is it only
werewolves
men?
are? You say a
never
name.
told
I'm
you.
supposed to know what you're inferencing. Yeah, creatures that turn into other creatures. Yeah, all the time. I just didn't know they were called werewolves in your world.
Well, yeah, the
They're
ones
called
that
a
turn
lot of things. That's just one of
Yeah.
them.
That's just
I feel
one
like
of
we're
them.
getting way off course.
We are. Okay. 2 weeks back.
You see Bulu pointing somewhere.
Yes.
Yes, that's to the material plane. Good job, Bulu. You're doing
maybe
great.
he's pointing to wolves.
Or both.
So
I
just
don't
want to
know.
be clear, when Io said when men shapeshift, he meant men as in like the royal, like all
Like
men and women.
humanoid men, women.
So royalty.
things. Sure. There could be royalty werewolves.
We're doing great, guys.
Okay.
Could be or is.
I feel like we're a little nervous. Sometimes you got to work out that energy,
just-
before a fight.
We're doing.
Yeah.
We're doing.
Yeah.
Which way to the gate?
Yes. Where's the gate? I will.
Well, you gotta lift that
Ogle.
stone up, I
That
guess. Are
away
we gonna
now.
have to pick that up? Do you need me to get that for you?
I did
No, I
have a
got it. Yeah.
question
Okay.
for the group before we went through, or before we even opened it. We talked about a certain friend of ours who's been following us since Eriscar, potentially being the warden of the place we're going to.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking of him. Now I'm thinking of him.
Okay.
Ogle.
I'm thinking.
Emure.
Cool.
Let's
Ogle.
just shout names. Yep. In a place where names have power.
Yeah, that was.
Oh yeah, because you did that whole
Nope.
thing where you,
Is that
No, wait,
possible?
no.
Hold on. Let me think about that. I rolled a die and it rolled a nat 1. But I'm trying to think if there's even a possibility that Sarah knows the name Amir or doesn't know the name Amir.
I thought Amir was just gonna sneeze because somebody said his name.
I thought he was gonna show up and he said no.
You might have.
I saw the dice
no.
roll and I was like, oh, we're fucked.
Let me just do this. And
I think it's
now-
possible.
Amir.
Like he's like he exists in the shadows even in his own court. So yeah, she has no idea what you're talking about.
Are you thinking to use him as the fear?
Well, I'm more concerned about
that's
entering
the whole
his
idea.
territory when I have a deal I haven't fulfilled my end on with him.
Right.
Shit. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I guess it's something
You
to keep
didn't
in
break it,
mind,
though.
but I
It's
don't
just
know if we have
ongoing.
a solution.
It is technically ongoing. Sure, let's go with it's ongoing.
Technically, it's great here.
Yeah,
Can you add an extension?
And I think we said before that, an unfulfilled deal has room for negotiation. So
Also, before we get too far,
there's
there,
that.
what do they give?
He was the being that was sent to hunt, I believe, creatures in the material plane.
Mhm.
We think he might be the warden
Mhm.
from the
Yes.
legend lore. When I met him in Eriscar, he was hunting me and Alistair.
Mhm.
And I initially made a deal with him to stop hunting Alistair in exchange for my services.
Mhm.
And then later he threatened me and Nilani alone in a sick bay. And I amended that deal to get us... It got us some of the supplies we thought we would need to get here, but apparently we didn't. Part of the deal was in exchange for that.
Well, maybe you
And
can
if
use
not hunting Alistair, I would deliver him pest,
Mm-hmm.
dead or alive, and a being named Relius Mira, and a being named Slagged Hand. And I have delivered none of those beings.
Mm-hmm.
He also didn't deliver us to the Feywild. So you both have not fulfilled ends of your bargains.
Those weren't the terms of the deal, though.
But
He was
what he gave us
supposed to
didn't get us
exchange
here.
supplies.
So
That's
there's technicalities you
that's
could
an
exploit.
argument,
I
yeah.
think. Always look for the fine print.
The Dryad.
Yeah. What?
Ralia Samira. She's a Dryad.
You know her. Is she your dryad?
No. No, I've just, I've heard of her in passing. I can't remember where.
Well, she is being hunted by Emir.
Well, I mean, the funny thing with Dryads is usually they're pretty easy to find if you know where their tree is.
So, could the tree possibly be moved, or could it be a place where Emmy can't reach?
I think it's on the material plane. Which is all of the beings were that I was tasked to hunt.
I feel like it has something to do with Ivus.
With a Hivus?
Ivus is
Ivus.
our Dryad.
That's
Not our
just
Dryad,
your
but
cheek.
yeah.
Does it seem like something magical is stopping her from being able to remember or recall, or does she just generally not recall?
Roll me an Arcana check.
You got it, boss. 22, sir. Yep, cool. I think this line of questioning can be dealt with at a later point.
I just wanted to bring it up that he might appear. He's more likely to appear against us once we enter that realm.
That actually might be a good thing.
What does he look?
How so, Al? That
Well, I mean, if we consider the Gloaming Forest is the hag's home, her territory, she might take offense to someone from the Violet Court entering and trying to take over the situation.
I feel like the Gloaming Warden holds domain over the Gloaming Forest. I mean, I don't know.
Then perhaps he might take offense to someone else laying claim.
Yeah, that brings up a good point. Sarah, do you know if this is her natural domain, or did she take up residence from somewhere else?
No, this is not her natural domain. She, from what I understand, she, I believe, worked out some sort of deal with the court.
So if she has to deal with the court, can't use him against her.
I mean, Faye deals. If we can get that info, we might be able to use both sides to fight both sides.
Yeah, there's nothing saying that we couldn't erode any potential deal that was already made.
Or prove that the deal is not being upheld, whatever that deal may be.
True. And I imagine both you and Kara have some bit of skill in that department. But we gotta learn the local culture.
Speaking of, Sarah, I know you had mentioned that your brother and party had gone in before, did they have any allies on the other side that they were able to call for help that we might also be able to?
No, there's no out. There's
It's
no one
bad,
that would be considered to be a friend of
You
the
go beat up the
Eladrin.
Rune King and then ask them if they want to help.
Want to go?
Well, when I
Yeah.
win, then I'm the Rune King, and maybe the Rune King has people that can like help.
Yeah, get an
Don't
army.
Talk. That's actually pretty clever.
Mm-hmm.
That's also
Isn't the
taking a
Rune King
gamble.
in the Sealy Court?
He, I think, is neutral.
He is
Located.
he is neutral. He
Okay,
is located in the Sealy Court. Sorry, I wasn't inferring gender pronouns. I was saying specifically they are neutral,
Mhm.
but their current place is technically in the Sealy Court.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
that's
think Bulu said that they are far away.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Complete reaction of our
that would
current
make a very
path.
good story talk.
We'll work it
I mean,
into
we have to
something
go that
else.
way anyways.
Oh,
But it might not help us for this situation.
Mm-hmm.
It might help us with the larger situation.
I mean, Adelia is a prize fighter, so I mean, if we got her on our side, that would be another.
All right.
All
That's
sides of wrong
future.
I'm right.
direction. We could go
think
and get them,
That's
but
normal. That's
we would have to
I think
go
we should
that
just
way.
go in.
I
I
think
feel
we
like
should
what we're
just
doing
go
right
in.
now is kind of like fear,
Yeah.
and maybe we should just go. I mean, any of these things can be used against them, but against the hag. But also, isn't there a time thing with the kids and stuff? And
Yeah. There is.
yeah.
All right.
Oh,
How much
go.
further to the gate?
What color is Ugal?
Google is green.
All right. That's good. Okay. Good job, Google.
Because Sarah said a name, and there were a couple other moments of like intensity, and I was like, "Ugh,
Okay.
what's the boy doing? He's hanging out. Lovely.
Little scritch on his little head.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
he turns purple.
What does that mean?
Rolling the wild magic chart now.
Yes. let's go.
Yes.
All right.
Everyone is.
I think we should head there.
Yeah, I would say you guys are pretty much like there. Like I'd say like just like pushing beyond the trees. That's that same sort of area from where you were at. So as you were looking at even in this like bright, mostly green day, looking at the sort of ruin that is this large wall of these like thick sort of bramble thorns and having this archway above, there's a level of just feeling dark. There's a sight of just ruin, decay, hopelessness. That sight doesn't change when you look at it. And I think there is a moment where, in the shadow of the forest that lies beyond and the large kind of archway, as in some way it is kind of shadowing over expressions on all of your faces, you see Sarah just kind of push the stone into place.
Can I, as she's doing it, take a minute to sketch the rest of the arch?
Yeah.
around where I sketched before.
Yeah, absolutely. Pushes a stone into place. And you see one by one these purple glowing runes appear. The vines themselves seem to not relinquish its curl around the archway, but seems to kind of roll and slither almost like snakes, wrapping further around. And as you see this kind of ominous glowing purple light in the underneath the archway, you see the thorns, the brambles start to collect in front of it and get darker and thicker, harder. As Sarah turns and looks at Kara and just says, looks like she for sure already knows that we're coming. And with that, we're going to take our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10.
Boy.
Okay. As you all stare into the dark, thorny brambles, who goes first?
I would like to stealth first.
You like to stealth into
Stealth
the archway?
Into the archway.
Okay. Describe to me what you mean by that.
Like, she's gonna move, like, crouched, slow, trying to keep her steps silent, and keep to the shadows of the bushes as much as possible to try to stay not... Like, she's curving around the archway, not even coming, like, in the center, to try to be as unseen as possible so that she can kind of scout the other side a little bit.
Oh, okay. So you're not going through the archway. You're trying to kind of go over to the other side.
No, I mean, she's going through it, but you, like, hug the wall. You don't go right in the middle. Like, she's...
Gotcha.
You know, the low couch
So-
walk, secretive, quiet.
Gotcha. As you start walking forward, there's a certain point where you see these like kind of like brambles that are in your way. I will give you, it's going to be really high, but I will give you a acrobatics check to try to get through the thorns without touching any of them.
Can I guidance myself on this?
Sure.
Uh, 18 plus 28.
Okay. Yeah. 28 does it. With a 28 car, you're able to kind of push yourself along, I'll say about maybe a good 15 feet without being able to, finding these like kind of like in between sort of spots, but it is difficult going. As you move, you're noticing every like little bit of clothing and piece that that is attached to you. You have to be extremely mindful of. Once you get about
as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not as great as 17.
Okay, got it. Give me a perception check, please.
A 10?
Okay. I think you're being more mindful of the idea of just trying to be as careful as possible, not really knowing exactly what these brambles would do, if anything. But yeah, so I'll say you're about 15 feet through. Who's next?
Isles walking up next. He's not really trying to sneak around the brambles, but he is trying to avoid touching them. But he's otherwise walking right through the archway normally.
Okay, you got it. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics check.
Okay. Ooh, that is not good in the slightest. Okay, let's acrobatics. That's an 8.
Okay. Right in the entranceway, as you see, like kind of trying to follow around where Kara went, you immediately kind of hook your, I would say probably like your either like a tentacled sort of like lock or a piece of your like kind of like baggier clothing of your pants. As you do that, there's this as you see the entire a large portion of the vines shake.
Oh, shit. Guys, be mindful. I don't know what I might have triggered. Try to avoid the vines. And then I think he's just, at this point, bracing himself for something that is going to happen. In fact, with that, I think he's going to go ahead and cast Armor of Agathis at 2nd level.
Cool.
So, as you see, just his eyes kind of crystallize over as this spectral icy armor encases him.
Unless anyone wants to go ahead, Sarah's going to go now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one more thing. Also, if I can, I want to make an Arcana check. Does it seem like some type of evocation magic is about to fire off, or conjuration?
I say no check required. I don't think you feel anything like that happening right now. There's a lot of like heavy high fae magic that would be very difficult to kind of just gauge what's going to happen next here.
Alistair will turn to Gwen, give her a little peck on the cheek. I'll see you on the other side. And I'll reach into the bag of holding and pull out Yori's mask and slide it over my face as I look at Yori. Over the long rest, I turn that mask into a hat of wizardry, so I can cast any wizard cantrip with a DC 10 spell or Arcana check.
I like it.
But I'll nod at Yori and turn and go in through the portal. Athletics check.
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics, sorry.
I'm sorry,
Well, it was
the bone mask or the harpy mask?
The bone mask. That was a nat 1. Because I walk on a cane.
Yeah. Sarah got a 10, just FYI. So, as you, as Sarah kind of like turns around and like kind of tries to say to Alistair, like, be careful. You see like a lock of her hair kind of just gets tangled up. Fuck. Can you help me?
Yeah,
And I think without like being able to lean on your cane, you're just off. You're off center, and you just kind of like nat 1. I think you just fall right into it. Yep. It is thorny, so you take 4 points of piercing damage.
Heard that. 4 points of piercing damage.
Gwen would go after Alistair, and she's eyeing the brambles. She's looking or thinking about her horns and doing her very best Kara impression, trying to stay low through the brambles. Gets a 9.
9. Okay.
Yep.
Same idea. It is impossibly difficult to get through these.
I will say I let Houston down to do his own thing. I feel like as a little kitty cat, he probably has better maneuverability than in my cloak.
Cool.
This is going to be hell. All right, let's go.
Who's next?
I guess Prim will go, but she's been she'll be in the background, like kind of like stretching a little bit, looking at how everybody's kind of tackling it at this point, and she'll just kind of okay, and she'll just kind of seeing how everyone else has been kind of taking the path, try to follow maybe Kara's path as well in this.
Great. Acrobatics check.
That's an 11. I will try to use a psionic die to add a d6 to this to see if that'll help it succeed. Can't. Does a 12 do it?
12 does not. Prim, do you want to describe to me why it fails? Like, what do you think happens here?
I think there is this moment of she's trying to get through, and she's like slowly moving, and then with my guess would be Alistair and Sarah trying to get Sarah's hair out. Alistair pushes one of the things and it hits her as well. And then she stumbles into one. She's like, God, ow.
Yeah, Gwen's in her way tugging her horns off of a bramble.
Mm-hmm. Well, this didn't work. Great.
Yep.
Where's Oogle?
On my shoulder.
Cool. Yuri, I think you're last unless I'm missing somebody.
Oh, we wave goodbye to Bulu. Gwen does anyway.
Bulu gives you the Humblewood handshake. Chest can give you a fist bump and then flips you off. No character understands what that means.
I think you're muted, Evan.
Can't hear you, Evan.
Yori has been muted by the wizardry of the Feywild. All right, so he walks up. He kind of sighs and... What is it with this place in fucking thorns? Brambles. And he walks up to one of the branches and he grabs it. And he intentionally cuts himself with it. Takes...
I'll give it to you. Take 3 points of piercing damage.
Yeah. I think he might even know, just like, because since most of the stuff is armor, so I think he might have even just like kind of scraped it along his face a little bit.
Take it.
Yeah, I felt worse. And then he'll walk in after the others. I can still make another roll for the thugs. Go ahead.
Are the thorns only on the ground, or are they kind of all encompassing?
I'll explain it once you're all in here. So now that you guys are all in here, I'll give you kind of the rundown on this.
Okay. Do you want me to make another roll for then entering, as far as avoiding the thorns?
No, I think if the concept is like I'm choosing to fail.
Yeah, he's kind of walking into it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Kara, as being the first one in and seeing everybody here, you see coming from the ground going up, you see there is short patches of grass that in the kind of looming purple light just give off this almost grayish sort of quality. Definitely not anything that feels like natural or green or anything. The brambles that are growing, I'd say with your perception check, you don't really see where they're growing from. It seems like it's expanded to being all around this area, and following the path that is somewhat before you, which is to say a space where there is the least amount of brambles. You almost can kind of feel yourself being walled in on each side by these odd weeds, essentially. I'd like you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
How high up do they go?
I'd say about maybe 15 feet.
I think I'm going to use my inspiration from today, because that was a natural one. That's another natural one. That's two.
Youth.
It's 2 natural ones.
Oh no.
This dice is going to be burned tonight.
Well, straight up burned.
I'm going to be nice and say it's just a fail. It's not a worst fail you could ever make fail.
I know there were 2 natural ones.
I know, but I just feel like we're never going to get to the end of your okay. You hear as you're kind of like noticing the others being able to kind of move through, it is almost impossible really to tell who is who between the like large wall of thorns that you had to actually get into. You can see just like for like Gwen, you can see like red skin that gives you kind of like a hint. But for the most part, everybody with their armor and their clothes and their tools, a lot of things that would in the darkness just become darkened masses. It is very difficult to see. As far as what you're hearing, at first, is nothing. No birds chirping, no sound of wind between the trees. When the brambles move, each time you do hear this like ghostly sort of shake that doesn't necessarily make sense to any sort of physicality of the bush. And you hear a voice. At first it's really distant and you can't really make out the words. I'll find my way. Don't worry. I'll find my way back to you. And you hear as soon as the phrase is clear in your ears, you hear this like as if a figure had just moved past you. As you hear the voice of Hadrian. Io, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Got it. Oh, fuck this. I got a natural one, too.
What
Uh-oh.
the fuck?
Shut the fuck up, man.
Not even kidding.
No.
This
You cursed us.
Okay. This
Great
die
campaign,
is
guys.
going away.
See y'all later.
GG's.
I'll have that new character sheet to you by the end of the week, Joe.
I mean, Joe already said he can't be too mean.
He said that to you.
I'd be
This is the
offended
third-
if he didn't do that for everyone else. I'd be very
I'd be offended.
Oh, God.
I have the same thing. You hear the lack of sound. Not in a way that anything is necessarily pressed against your ears, although I think maybe that's an initial sort of feeling as you're like instinctively kind of just like, kind of like pushing your ear and trying to gain a perspective of what's around you. You hear as your fellow party members move around you that every time they hit the brambles, there's this I hear me. Can you hear me? Fucking Io, can you hear me? Me.
Eris, why didn't you respond? Eris, where are you? Eris!
You're all hearing this as he's near you.
I think Kara is looking at the sending bracelet, studying that, because she's like, that didn't feel like a sending, so she's trying to figure out what that was.
Oh, sorry, above board. You're all hearing these things, but not as a group. What you're hearing from Io is his response.
Right, but we don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Kara's distracted by Hadrian's voice. She's not paying attention to that.
I just didn't know if you wanted us to do a wisdom saving throw before we responded to that, in case we also fail or something. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. No, I don't think so. I think you guys can respond.
Cool.
No, there's nothing there. What you're hearing, only you hear it.
Well, yeah, that's how sending works, Gwen. That's how sending works. That explains
Take
why
a breath.
she didn't.
Does it feel like ascending? You would know.
It was ascending. It had to have been ascending.
It's too
Think
convenient.
about it. Was it ascending?
This is a classic. It's you walk through if you have to crawl through thorns. It's just gonna happen. You're gonna hear people. For right now, if you don't see them, we just have to keep walking through and stay together, and that's the most important thing. Just stay together, and we'll find whoever you need to find. We'll find whoever's messaging you. If they're on the other end, we'll find them together. But don't go off.
But I know I know her voice.
Kara's gonna walk over to Gwen and just take her hands and say, I'm hearing voices too, as she casts Warding Bond on Gwen. Because that lasts an hour. And she looks concerned.
Yeah. Io, there's two of you hearing voices. That's not a coincidence.
3.
3.
You're hearing something too, Sarah?
Can someone tell me where my brother is?
He's dead.
Or are you talking about the other one?
And you know that why?
We found his head
Brought his
in
head.
that big pool of blood after we killed the thing there.
Right.
I hear my partner's voice and he is on the material plane. He's not here. It's not real. It can't be real. Right?
It's not real.
Hadrian wouldn't have come here. You asked him to stay. You have to trust him.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for Hadrian to be here, but Eris is a Fae. We know that now. She's a Hexblood.
Okay.
What if
Maybe she's here. Maybe she's
back?
messaging you. But so long as she's not telling you to do something other than walk forward through the path with us, then that's fine.
Okay.
We'll find her. Who wants to hear a story?
I'd love to hear a story. Talk.
Sure. So let's see, I have 3. So I'm gonna give Bardic Inspiration to, let's say, just in case they have to remake it, the 3 people who currently have failed the Wisdom saving throw, and unless otherwise you interrupted, Yori will start telling a story of Tak, and it's a story about Tak's origin, and talks about the city he was from, Vindrun. He's a child who loved books, who snuck into a library and grew up there. Eventually, the city itself was destroyed by fey creatures, and he swore an oath to get back at them by continually going into the Feywild, intentionally being tricked by fey creatures, and then either defeating them or escaping from them. And his knowledge of all the books in the world that he read in the library that he grew up in always provided him with the knowledge he needed to have that one last little trick to get out of that sort of maze of thorns, or the place where you have to slowly give up your memories, or the place where you have to sit at a table and you're always asked, are you hungry? Are you hungry? And there's food in front of you.
Let's
and you do get
backtrack.
hungry.
Let's
Go ahead.
backtrack.
It's a lot.
How did the city get destroyed?
It's a floating city. That the cloud giants have floating cities, and there's a core to it. That's also the core that has a property that makes sure that anybody born there can automatically read. And the sort of guardian of that core was tricked by a fairy into giving the core up, and the city crashed into the ocean.
As Yori is explaining this city, those of you who have failed your wisdom save are hearing this.
It's
Something's coming.
It's like the city crashing. I can hear it.
Yeah.
Well, you know that's a story Yori is telling. It's
I'm
not
that
real.
good at telling stories.
So, is fiction and reality coalescing now?
Stories
It's just
here.
sound. It's
have
just
power,
sound.
and just keep
How do you
moving.
know that, Kara? How do you know this is just sound?
Because I want it to be just sound. It has to be just sound.
Okay. All right. Remember your buttons, y'all. And Io goes to touching the button that's on his head wrap now, and fiddling with that like how he would his puzzle box.
Kara is hovering.
You're hovering?
Above the
Oh, yeah,
fire.
because you can just, yeah.
I can just levitate.
Kara, as you levitate up, I'd like you to give me another perception check.
Guidance?
Sure.
You have the bardic too, which is a d6.
Oh, what's a D6? Nice. Let's just.
Remember, I mean, if you get
Right.
high, might not be good.
Okay.
So
That's.
go ahead.
No, you did the timeout. Go ahead.
No, I was just holding my hands. Sorry. It wasn't.
It looked like you did the
Exactly like
timeout.
this.
You went like
No,
this.
no.
I'm sorry. It wasn't the time.
Hold on. Now I gotta do math again. That's 27.
27.
It was really good. I got a 6 on the bardic.
There's a moment of horror, Kara, as you are soaring 15 feet just above, and you can't help yourself. You move another 5 feet up as you see there's no trees. There's no rocks, no rubble, no cliffs, no drop-offs. There's no change in elevation. There's just thorns as far as the eye can see in every direction, including the direction you came in.
In that moment, this is all flavor. There's absolutely no mechanical advantage of it. Don't try and do it, anybody. But I'm going to cast Dancing Lights, and you'll see purple threads of energy shoot out for me to each one of you, connecting all of us together with a slight glow between it. Guys, we're all here. And then he fades away.
It's everywhere. We are. The way back is gone. It's just everywhere.
Okay.
That's normal.
Yeah.
All right. We can do this.
We've had plenty of weird situations where we go in one place and end up in another place. Sometimes you just have to keep going and focusing on moving ahead. You can't give in to fear and despair and stop. If you stop, then...
Gwen,
yeah.
what does Alistair's hand feel like?
It's probably slightly warm. Just because he's not an undead creature, you know. Calloused from working on all of his projects. A little rough.
You don't feel that. As you turn slowly in the direction right after he cast the dancing light spell, there's no one there.
I'm going to close my eyes and reach out for where I know he was.
Nothing.
Are you all still here?
Sarah looks around. No. Where's Alistair?
She's going to open her eyes. And he was there, and then he disappeared when he cast the spell.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Gwen
This is for all of you, by the way. None of you see him.
Gwen is going to...
What the hell?
I think she's going to look at Talk and say, I think maybe I need to try something. Keep them calm. And I'm going to cast Prestidigitation. Just send up a few little sparks and see if anything happens.
Okay. I'll remember that. But you don't get any immediate response.
I'm gonna start doing kind of just slowly kind of spinning in my hover, pointing out, just saying, messaging over and over again, Alistair, where are you? That's if he's within 120 feet.
Okay.
Just sending it out into the ether.
Io sends Callisto to look for him. Keep the mental link strong. I need you to find Alistair. He's the one with the cane.
He had a cane, so he couldn't have gone very far.
That's the concern.
Very well. Are you sure you want me to leave your side?
We can stay mentally linked. You don't feel me respond to you after, say, send me a message 3 minutes. You don't respond. If you don't hear a response, try and come your way back.
Understood, partner. Good luck.
You too. And then he pats him on the back gently as he ushers him on his way.
No matter what, just keep moving forward. No matter what happens, Just keep moving forward. Don't give up.
Kara. As you're trying to keep a lookout for any sort of sense of a movement, shaking of the brambles, a glint of purple, something. You do see something far distance, just through this like light purple fog. It's in that space, especially considering the Feywild, where you're not sure if it's hundreds of miles away or hundreds of feet. You see a tree. Dead, no leaves. Larger than almost any tree you've ever seen. Almost. What do you do?
She's gonna start heading that way.
Okay.
Alone?
She's like 10 feet in the air. She's gonna look back in the group. She's not gonna look back. She's not gonna take her eyes off the tree, or however high she needs to be to see it. She's not gonna take her eye off the tree, but she's just gonna relay to the group. I think there's something over here. It's the only difference I can see. It's this way, and she's already going in that direction.
Do you want a telepathic link? Okay.
Kara!
Was that Carter?
No, that was Sarah. Excuse me.
Okay.
But you
Follow me.
You can't respond.
Oh, I can't? Oh.
Mm-mm.
Who can I see that's left?
Also, Joe, my fly speed is 40 feet. So I'm
Okay.
moving.
You got it. Prim. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Shit.
Big money.
Yacked. 9.
Okay. You start to hear the sound of a fight, a scuffle. You hear this as if a body's been thrown against a cage. I've got this. I don't need your help. I said I don't need your help. You can go. Go.
You can't be here.
Guys, we have to do something. We have to either move forward or back. We've already lost 2 people.
If you just keep moving forward. Or
What
move
about-
in the direction.
What is forward? I don't even remember where we came from.
Fine, just follow me. and I'll go in a direction.
Cool.
But Al and Kara.
They'll keep going too. I told them to keep going. Just
All right.
hold your button and
All
trust it. We'll get there. Places like
All
this, they want you to stop. They want you to give up.
And I need you to pause right there.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't hear the rest of what Yori says.
Fair enough.
Io, you're following, and then you're not.
Okay.
You don't see... You don't see Yori in front of you. You don't see the patch of red hair, the sound of slight creaking metal. It wasn't like he's now just ran too far ahead. It's that he's not there.
He said not to stop. He said not to stop. And as Io starts to continue to walk forward, he's going to try and reach out to Callisto and see if he can still hear him. Partner, status report.
No response.
Damn it. All right, so we playing these games now. I won't play ball. I won't break. And yeah, he breaks into a brisk pace as he continues going straight.
You got it. I'd like you to give me an acrobatics much lower DC as you're just trying to kind of move forward. Yori, are you doing the same?
Mm-hmm.
Just busting
Yeah, just going forward. Yeah.
21.
Beautiful. Good job. Yori, what'd you get?
Oh, you want me? Yeah, athletics too.
I'd say acrobatics.
Or
Or survival. I'm good either way on this. This is basically to avoid getting physically scratched by the brambles.
Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we'll do acrobatics, I suppose. That would be the natural version of the 20 on the die for 21. The one that says B for some reason.
Nat 20?
Yeah, 21.
Okay. Prim, you doing the same thing? Okay, go ahead and give me...
I think
We'll say like anybody who is like, I'm just gonna like the determination sort of thing. I'm just gonna push through this and find out what's on the other end. I would like an acrobatics check on.
Yeah, she's gonna try to like triple dash if needed.
Cool.
Ooh,
I got a 16 on acrobatics.
Nice, Gwen.
28.
Good job, guys. Nice.
Who still has Bardic, by the way? It's Io. You still have it, and then Gwen.
No, I haven't made a wisdom save yet.
Oh, who were the people?
It
who
was
failed?
Sarah, Cora,
Sarakar.
and Io.
Oh, Sarah. That's right. Okay, cool.
Kara. As you fly closer to this tree, you start to kind of call out to your friends behind you. Is there any point in time where you would turn around when you don't hear back from them? We'll say you recognize that you haven't heard them at some point. What do you do? We'll kind of put it that way.
How far is the tree?
It's hard to tell. I'd say probably I would say it depends upon how quickly you notice. I would imagine it wouldn't be any longer than like 30 seconds. Right?
Mm-hmm. She would message back. She doesn't want to take her eyes off that tree.
Cool.
What do you want me to roll?
Roll me a perception check.
6.
You see more definition in the markings alongside the tree trunk. You actually, in this moment, you see like a piece of bark seem to kind of like fall from above it, giving you the feeling that you're close. But I'd say it's in this moment, Kara, that you recognize that you don't hear or see it you don't hear anyone following you.
So I had warding bond on Gwen, which is a 60-foot range. Would I have felt that break? Because if you go beyond 60 feet, the spell ends.
Yes. You feel it.
I think she messages back to Gwen, and she's like, hurry up, where are you guys? I told you to follow me. It's 120-foot range.
In a direction of your choosing, right?
Mm-hmm. She's pointing back the way she flew.
No response.
She doesn't want to take her eyes off the tree, so she's just going to start basically, can you hear me yet? Messaging. Just like slowly moving her arm at different angles to see if she can't get them, if she flew at an angle.
Cool. Gwen. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
And it's not a charm effect, right?
I would say this is a charm effect if there's something you have advantage on.
Advantage, but not immunity to it?
Advantage, but not immunity.
Okay. That's a natural 19 for a 22.
Gwen, dear, it's okay. Come home to me. It's all gonna be okay. Gwen, you don't recognize this voice at all? It sounds feminine.
Show me the way.
Just follow the.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I say that back through the connection, too.
Beautiful. It's at this moment that you hear Kara's message. Where are you?
Kara, we can't see you. You're too far. If I send Houston up, can he see her?
Mm-hmm.
You send Houston up, and you never see him.
Cool.
Not again, but he disappears.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy. I'm going to look around. Do I see anybody? Like,
rolling a perception check.
God, you guys. Oh my God. Okay, that's not bad. That's gonna be, what's my perception? -2? 15?
15.
I get so excited when I roll. Like, hi.
15. Gwen, you see movement off to the right of you. You cannot make out who it is. You're not sure if it's friend or foe. You just see kind of like movement of the brambles about only about 10 feet to your right.
Okay, I'm going to walk that way, and I'm going to say back to Kara, remember the button. That's real. Close your eyes. Touch the button. We'll find you.
As you get closer, you hear a voice. Who's there?
Sarah?
Gwen?
I'm going to go to her and take her hand and say, don't let go. Remember the button.
What's your AC?
15.
15. Oh, I should roll to attack first. Okay. You take 10 points of slashing damage as a dagger goes into your stomach with SARS. You see her kind of angrily shoving it into you, and then a look of horror across her face. Oh god, yeah. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm so sorry. You see her take it out and then immediately kind of try to push, put a hand above the wound. She's going to cast Cure Wounds immediately on that. Yeah, you heal for, I think, how many points did I say damage I did? 10. 10? You healed for exactly 10.
Amazing. Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Hold
my hand.
Were you talking to Kara?
She's lost in here, I think.
Okay.
The voices you hear are not who they say they are. She's tricking you.
How many voices are you hearing?
Just one.
Lucky.
It's her.
I know.
Okay.
Grabs your hand as you continue to kind of try to look for a way out with her.
And trying to pick up the others along the way. I don't trust that anybody is really seeing what they think they're seeing.
Yeah. Your perception check's pretty good.
Yep.
Alistair. Only a perception check. Are you muted? Somehow. Nothing. There we go.
Nat 20 for a 25.
Jesus, yeah. Dude.
Way to perceive.
Okay, we'll carry that over for some things. As you're talking to everybody, you cast the dancing lights and it kind of spreads out to everybody there, and you see them kind of take that and look to you in a moment of thankfulness. Alistair, it does not take you very long at all to recognize that their face has frozen in this expression, as you slowly are aware that no one is moving. They are completely frozen in place.
I'll go to Gwen first because in Alistair's opinion, she's the most powerful magic user of the group. And she's also my new girlfriend. And so we'll walk over to her and put my hand on her face. Can I sense any of the whatever is holding them? It's clearly magical, or these vines, or possibly a poison. So can I try to determine which one of those it is?
Actually, I will say, like, as you go over to Gwen, you look at Gwen and you see there is a moment where her face, which is frozen in expression, you see just the beginnings of like a small tear in the corner of her eye, and you notice that her I think like a corset or shirt, whatever Gwen's wearing right here is ripped right in the middle.
Okay.
I know you asked me a question and I fully forget what it is.
Oh, just as I'm walking over there and wiping the tear off her face as I put my hand on her cheek. Can I sense? I'm asking for multiple checks here, but you tell me. I'm thinking it's either a poison of some sort or a magical effect of some sort. The poison could also be magical, but is it something that I guess, is it a spell that I can break, or is it something I can treat?
That's what?
This paralysis that is on everyone.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Give me an Arcana check.
The 19.
You get the feeling this is some sort of this is a very powerful spell of mind manipulation. Something that I will say with a 19, because you're killing it, is only really, I'd say from your knowledge right now, either they find a way to break it themselves or you find the source.
Cool. Fine. You said I could carry that 25 over. Let's see if you will let me do that. As I spin around, look, do I see... I imagine Alistair's view of magic is a lot of like auras and weaves and threads. So if there was something magical coming from a source, do I see like the threads of that coming out and touching everyone around us? Can I follow those threads to the source?
You certainly can. I think from the perspective of what you see is you see this this weird sort of like even in your sort of vision, very like wispy sort of look of magic that seems to be connecting to some sort of stronger branch that gets bigger and bigger and bigger out to the point where you can't see above the brambles on. But you notice that there's other pieces of that magic that seems to be, we'll just say it's purple for now for simplicity's sake, that seems to be arcing out and coming to a central source. But you cannot see what that source is from your current position.
Okay. I really don't want to leave everybody. The wine that we had that allows speak with plants, can I drink that now? Take a drink.
Sure.
As I do, I'm just going to say, will you please release my friends?
As you say that, you see the brambles a little bit further ahead, where there's like a little bit of a spot, seem to curl and crack and move into an area where the negative space seems to make out into this almost jack-o'-lantern like face as it cracks into place. And you see the mouth move as it says, "This isn't our doing. We are slaves like you."
We are no one's slaves. But if you can't release them, I'm afraid I may have to hurt you, and I don't want to do that unless you can give me another way to release them.
You see the face seem to crackle and split apart, and behind it splits apart. Behind that, as it spreads out, cracking all the way down as the vines themselves seems to push themselves out and away, giving you a path that I would say I would like you to tell me which version of sight you have on right now.
I mean, it would be the magical vision.
You see what looks to be a giant tree, spread out, branches wide, and wisps of magic glancing off of them out into a land far beyond than you can see. I think instinctively, and again carrying over that nat 20 as you lift the veil off, you see about 100 feet in the distance a small cottage. I can't hear you.
I'll make sure that the mask, Yori's mask that I put on, is tight and I can see out of it. And I will pluck the thread that is between, that starts with me and goes to everyone else, and place it on Gwen so that the dancing lights or the threads, glowing threads between them remains. And I will turn and start walking towards the cottage.
Got it. Gwen, give me a perception check.
Oh, that's another 16.
Beautiful.
Sorry, so excited.
With a 16, there's a moment as you're walking along, there's a sense of determination in the face of hopelessness that is guiding your path, and recognizing that I still have legs and a heart that beats and physical drive to move forward and continue. Whether I'm going in the right direction or wrong direction may not even matter. I'm just going forward. And in the midst of that, you instinctively pause as you feel a hand on your cheek.
Does it feel like Alistair's hand? I think she would stop, close her eyes, and focus on that while she's sort of like holding on to the button, feeling all of the different ridges and everything, and willing that connection to be stronger.
Kind of.
Right now, it's the only real thing she knows.
As you do that, trying to kind of connect with whatever is the feeling of where Alistair is, you're interrupted by Sarah saying, "Do you see that?" And points out to a distant structure. It almost looks like the gate of where you came in. You can see an archway and stone pillars on either side, but you don't see thorns. You see it stone, walls of stone.
Like stone is blocking the path to the archway, or it's just extending out from it?
Extending out from it. Not extending out from it, extending out through it.
Out through it.
Mm-hmm. Like a pathway that's going down. Yeah.
Now the archway, it looks like the one we came from, but is it the one we came from? Like I pull out my spell book if it's with me and I compare exactly the runes that I had drawn before.
Oh, I love that. Yes, it looks exactly like that. The biggest difference is that you don't see any brambles or thorns where they should be.
Because I don't trust anything that I see. Looking at my book, does it look exactly like it should be? Like, you know how sometimes in dreams or visions, things like you can't see language or anything like that. Like it's just make believe in your mind, it populates it.
Roll
Does
me a
this-
perception check with advantage.
Come on. All right. That is another 16.
Beautiful.
I like these blue dice for perception.
It feels like your book. It looks like your book. As you touch the pages, there is a weird sensation of something new, something odd, as it feels like you're almost gliding over like the surface tension of water with that book.
Okay. I think we should walk towards it.
Okay.
The gate should bring us to where we need to go. I think that's true even here, and I'm just going to start walking towards it.
Any word from Kara? Kara! Or anybody?
No. Just us.
As Gwen, as you say, just us, there's a moment where that phrase just seems to carry over as we hard cut to Yori, pushing through brambles, getting cut on either side. Yori, as you're trying to kind of just move forward, I'd like you to give me a perception check.
Mm. 15.
The 15. Sorry, give me 1 second. Make sure I didn't screw something up here. Okay, no, I didn't. Great. Yori, as you are pushing yourself along, just trying to kind of like bulldoze through, 15 is enough to stop you from running headlong into Prim, who is moving at a perpendicular area than you.
Whoa! Prim!
Hi. What?
I guess you got... We're running... Have you seen any of the others?
No. Not for a while.
Okay. I mean, this isn't the worst that I've been through thorn-wise, so, you know, you just keep going. You keep going, and you keep going, and you keep going.
Is it bad that I ran away?
What did you run away from?
Nothing.
Okay, yeah, not important. Just keep going with me for now. Guess we got to pick a direction, and I'll look around to see if there's any difference in any direction.
Yeah. As you're looking around, you hear, both of you, Prim and Yori, you both hear this sort of interesting sound that is echoing through the nothingness that is everything except for the sound of brambles. you hear this. Did you hear that? Did it come through?
It did come through, yeah.
Cool.
Mouse squeaking.
Yeah, or yeah. Well, you want to go toward it or away from it?
It's the pits.
Could be. Could be rats.
I can punch rats.
I punched a lot of rats.
Do you want to go punch some rats? Let's go punch some rats.
Yeah, let's go toward it.
Okay.
You follow the sound. Just occasionally hearing this. And the sounds that Yori, you've recognized from your time in killing rats. Your job, being able to slip through the crevices and get into places where the giants could not. You hear the sounds that sound like fear. Sound like creatures running away. Terrified of what might be coming after them. After about maybe a minute, you do see something different. A large stone archway. Stone walls extending down from either side of it, looking incredibly like the archway that you had gone through, but without brambles.
Is that the exit?
You want to go back to the thorns?
Kind of hurt. Lost the exit there. Just... You said to go forward.
You're right. Well, let's do it.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? We beat something up?
Oh. Much, much worse than this. But let's go forward anyway.
Okay.
And you walk forward. Io, give me a perception check.
Okay. It's not going to be high. That is a 12.
You didn't use your bardic yet, right?
Oh, that I haven't. Thank you. Okay, that went from a 12 to a 16.
You get a whiff of something familiar. Something sweet. But defined, kind of has this like slight burn at the end of it. As you follow where that scent goes, you hear the sound of brambles moving. Someone else is here. What do you do?
He has his palm out, ready to cast Eldritch Blast, and he just immediately says, "Who goes there?"
No response.
Callisto? Al? Doc? Gwen? Can I see anything after the brambles rustled?
No. specifically no in the idea that it looks like it might have gone away from you.
How the hell am I supposed to make it out of here with no guidance? Okay. Ooh, it ran away from me. Yeah, it better run away. Okay. Am I seeing just more and more of the same tunnels and stuff as I'm walking through?
So are you following that direction or no?
I think I am gonna cautiously follow it.
Okay. You pick up the scent again. You see, just as the brambles move, you see just what looks to be the back end of just big, tightly curled hair and the wisp of a cloak. I think there's a part of you that knows it's not real, but it could be. She is a hexblood.
Hey. Are you actually here? I'm probably going insane. There ain't no way you're here. But and then I think he's starting to slowly reach for the figure. And at least the edge of the cloak.
You hear a voice immediately behind you. Yeah, little help. I can't see very well. As you turn around and flip around, you see Eris.
Eris, what? No, this can't be real. And then, he's like, it's Io. Are you? There's no way you're here. How did you get here? And I think he gently moves to touch her, like, shoulder or something. Because he has to at least see that physical contact to see if it's a mental thing or a physical thing.
As you go to do that, you immediately hear behind you another voice. It sounds just like Eris. What are you doing? Who are you talking to?
Okay, yeah, this is some kind of sick game. There's no way this is real.
Are you talking to someone else?
No, of course I'm not talking to anyone else. This is some weird figment of my imagination. I'm going crazy here, and that's probably this thing's plan. All right, you've had your laugh. Let me out. Isn't this the point where you're done and you just end the nightmare? Have your little kicks?
One more kick. You see her turn and walk away. And this time you can follow her.
Free to curse me. I think he goes running after her.
Cool. Kara, what are you up to?
I guess flying towards a tree.
Flying towards a tree. I would like you to roll me an Arcana check.
Oh, I'm so good at that. +0. I'm gonna do guidance because I have a +0 to Arcana. Are you fucking kidding me? Natural 20. Alistair would be proud. For 22.
Telling you guys, these nat 20s, you're killing me.
I had 2 natural ones. Don't even. And a 2 on guidance, so 22. At least it's not negative.
Oh, you guys are up there. That's fine.
Stop setting things up. I'm getting nervous.
With a nat 20, you find yourself recognizing that the tree is only seemingly getting closer, in the idea of like the detail being more defined. Doesn't seem like it's necessarily getting bigger. And you get the idea that this is not... It's funny. With a dirty 20, you get the feeling that this is a lost cause. Given the idea that it is just another figment of your imagination, something that's not real, it's a trick, a hoax. I think we'll do this with a nat 20. You hear a voice in your head. I can't prove to you that it's really me. But keep going. And trust me.
I think she kind of shuts that part of her mind off. She's gonna totally ignore that. She's focusing on the mission, the goal. She's like, when you're preparing for a fight, you just turn off all distractions. That's what she's doing.
Okay.
If I may, I wanted to do something before we went in to this mindscape. I feel
you
like
told me, I just want to clarify, you told me what you're not doing.
This isn't doing something in character. This is Kiki saying something, not doing something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because when we came into the Feywilds, we were in the Seelie side, essentially. So her features were a lot brighter. She had color to her skin. I think as she's in this side and the longer she's in it, her features pallor again and her like limbs start to elongate and stretch. And she's starting to look really creepy.
Ooh, I like it. I like that a lot.
But yeah, she's fully basically ignoring everything that's being said, focusing on flying forward as fast as she can, and looking and turning more feral, if you will.
Okay. So hearing the voice and choosing to tune it out.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still going forward, or are you now?
Yeah, she's still going forward because that's her only point of reference, is that tree.
Beautiful. Alistair, I'd like you to roll me a perception check. Actually, an Arcana check. Alistair, not Kiki. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Alistair is rolling the check, or Kiki is rolling the check?
Yes, Alistair is rolling an Arcana check.
That's 23.
Alistair, I assume you're walking towards the house.
Yes.
As you're walking there, there's the moments of like recognizing what this house is and what this house is doing. What are these branches? Why is this why is this kind of like arcing out like a tree, but like a massive trunk tree? Why does it look oddly familiar? there's a moment like a burst of static as you were kind of in your magic view, magic lenses, I guess we'll say, as you see Kara, but a slightly different version of Kara, extended features, everything looking a little bit more darker, ominous. The black cowl that is around, right? You're wearing the cowl? Just
Yeah,
the shoes.
she's wearing the cowl with the golden Brienne's feather sewn into the front.
Got it. The black cowl just kind of like shooting out to these large, like black feathered raven wings. It looks like Kara, but it looks darker. And just as you're trying to kind of look closer at it, you see this.
Is there an after image of like magic where she just disappeared?
Yeah, I think there's like a moment of just like this weird, like almost like a magical like outline.
So I figure at this point I'm probably halfway between the frozen group and the house. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
All right. As I'm going, so I know we talked about a source of where all this is coming. I understand the house and who is in the house is that source. But does it seem like maybe whatever magic is controlling or enslaving these plants, these vines, does that also seem like it rests in the house, or is this something that has been like tied off on the outside of the house, or has a central focus? I have dispel magic. Does it look like there's a way that I could dispel the magic that is holding or enslaving these plants?
It looks like it's so enslaving the plants. No. So remember, like you're looking at from two different lenses. If you look at the normal lens, there is actually no plants connected to the house at all.
Got it.
So basically it's like, it's a point of like, you're just seeing this like open, basically kind of like almost this like open sort of field. Mm-hmm. Just like thick purple fog kind of like all around it, but like a grayish purple, but it is just kind of like by itself, but like flipping the lens on that, it's this like this massive sort of tree of
got it,
of connection there.
Cool. Yeah, I'll keep walking towards the house.
Got it. Yori, Prim, as you walk through the archway, you're using your kind of like general sort of sense of understanding and survival. You see a small little rat butt wiggling, trying to kind of like push itself through this stone wall, but is stuck.
Kind of, looks kind of pathetic. I don't want to. How big is the rat, by the way?
I'd say it's normal rat size for now.
Normal rat size. Okay, so like pretty small.
Normal rat size. Yeah.
This little guy. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna help it. Does it look like it's further in or further out?
I love that question. Looks like it's further out.
Then I'm actually gonna kind of try to grab it and pop it out so that it's not. I don't want to push it through. If it's too big on one side, then it's gonna that's gonna hurt it. So I kind of grab it and just kind of pull it out, or I try, you know.
And you're just holding a regular sized rat in front of your face?
Yes, but to be clear, having handled rats, if it's regular size, more like he has the gauntlets, and I think it's more like by the haunches like that, rather than by the tail. Yeah.
Okay. Like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Weird. Are you talking rat? Okay, that seemed like a response, but I'm not gonna go down this road another time. This is not again.
As you're talking, you feel it kind of trying to wiggle out of your hand. Roll on that one. It does not.
But if it's trying to get out, like I might put it down at that point. You know, it's just kind of go. Okay, yeah, sure.
You put it down, and you see it start to kind of like run, instead of towards the wall, forward in the direction of where Yori and Prim were going. Prim, you're watching this as you see another one seem to just materialize out of thin air, running in that direction. Another one, and another one.
The rats are calling home.
Do we follow the rat, or we try to go in the little hole?
Can we go in the little hole?
You never know. I probably can't get that small, even if we don't have that ring.
What?
Let me just see if there's a crack, maybe we can just get through. You know, the Prim and Yori way. And
so just for clarification, you're through the archway. This is a like wall off to your left that you saw the rat kind of go through. So there's still an elongated stone pathway that's going forward.
Yeah.
So you would be going off the path to do this.
Yeah.
Like through a wall, but the wall is also like facing away from your, just want to make sure that
I gotcha. Yeah. But not back through the sort of portal or whatever, or the gate that we went through, right?
No.
Okay, so just to the side.
Yeah, so you're not closed off from anything.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess, yeah, maybe that's just its home. And I don't know if I want to go into the walls just now.
I mean,
let's just keep going forward.
Yeah. Might as well.
As you keep moving forward, you notice that overhead you start to see brambles reaching over the stone wall. But they're different. They're much thicker. Much thicker. As you're continuing forward, you're starting to notice that these brambles, the thorns that are coming off of this, they're like 3 feet long. As you're following the rats, you notice the rats, especially as new ones materialize, you see them starting to get bigger and bigger. Occasionally there's one that turns and looks in your direction, kind of bares its fangs, but then decides, no, it's not worth it, and continues forward. And then
they getting bigger, or are we getting smaller?
It's hard to say. I've fought rats that were bigger than me, so they do exist. But it feels more like maybe we're getting smaller. Because the thorns are getting bigger too.
Right.
As you are watching ahead and below, there's a point where you get a little bit closer than you probably would have as you see the path ends to a stone wall. You see several of the rats turn in your direction. What do you do? Prim or Yori? Either one.
Yeah.
As they turn your direction, you see them kind of baring their fangs. They look like they are
pissed.
pissed.
Yori's just baring his fangs back. He doesn't have fangs, but, you know, his teeth back.
You got it. Yori, what's your AC?
18.
You see one of the rats that is now roughly the size of yourself, maybe it's slightly smaller, kind of goes and pounces on you. You are just able to like lift up your gauntlets enough as it kind of slams into the metal armor. You hear the kind of sound of breaking teeth as it kind of pushes itself back, and you see it kind of like reaching for teeth that are not there anymore.
You don't want me to do this, little guy. This is my favorite thing. Right after I got out of here.
Prim, you see one go immediately for your feet, completely misses. You're able to kind of easily jump over them.
Cool. I think when she lands at this point, she'll go ahead and pull full visage arm at that point and just activate it to get it ready to go. These are a lot bigger than what I'm used to.
Okay, they're both going to attack you again. They're both going to miss.
Cool. Punch back.
Roll.
21 on the first.
Oh, yeah.
Only an 11 on the second.
11 will hit.
Cool. I don't even think she's trying to stunning strike them. She's just bapping them in the snoot. 9 and 8 for damage.
Okay, cool. The one that you're fighting against, you are able to slam it into the ground. You see its head smack into the wall, and you hear the cracking of the skull as it is dead.
One down.
As you do so, you see two more appear. Yori, what are you doing?
Yori growls at them and says, "You don't want to be in the wall, little guys, because I'm in here. So why don't you go and find your way out? And I'll roll intimidation."
Okay, go for it.
22.
Okay, I rolled a natural 19. Is going to take that as a challenge. The creature that does not have upper teeth anymore, and is going to go to attack you for a 15 to hit, which I know does not hit.
They have +3 to charisma, these rats?
Yeah, baby.
Charismatic
rats.
I mean, do you want me to
Fair
break the
enough.
immersion and tell you what's really going on, or?
No, that's fine.
That immersion.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do think that's weird. Then it's still weird. Like
Right.
These are little rats, and I mean, they obviously can't stand them, but still, animals have a sort of animal instinct, and I think you always chased away bigger rats than this. So,
Well, I think if you look behind you, there's a wall.
right past them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't. Okay. I'm just going to walk past them then.
Cool. You got it.
Joey just goes, fuck this, and drops his guard and just starts to walk past them. I mean, even just like, not in the sense of like, hey, this isn't real or something, but like, all of them have missed. So not even like a threat. It's just
Right.
Like, this doesn't even feel fair.
Yeah.
Let's see what's over there.
As you pass by, one from the one that Prim, one from the two that Prim seemed to appear after Prim killed the other one, does manage to hit you and does 2 points of piercing damage. But
Ow.
right there. Prim, you're up.
I guess if we're going forward, she'll disengage and walk on past.
Okay, you got it. As you do so, I will say we'll give one more. All three of these.
Because if she's disengaging, then they don't get an opportunity attack. So
This isn't an opportunity attack. These are
fair
their
enough.
turns.
Let's just go on turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Also,
17 is the highest one.
Nope. 18.
Cool. Yeah, they all seem to kind of like go and like Yuri. At this point, they're about the size of you.
so they're getting bigger a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. As you get past this point, is when you see them start to appear to stand up. As you see large pustules kind of like pushing off from them, you see them actually extending out, and you see these long clawed hands. I'm going to pause you guys there.
Mm-hmm.
Io. Following Eris, you see a wall. Eris turns, looks back. Still don't think I'm real. And then walks into the wall. Through the wall, obviously.
Io tries to push his hand into the wall first. Is it solid?
You go through.
What the hell?
Actually,
Oh.
roll something here. Cool. Give me an athletics check.
Alrighty. Oh, come on, die. This is going to be a fail, most likely. That's a 4 plus... 4 minus 1, so that's a 3.
Cool. You got it. You feel something on the other side yank and pull you through as you feel a knife to your chin as you're looking right at Sarah's face. God damn it, I did it again. Okay. Io, you're okay.
Yeah.
You see Gwyn behind her shoulder.
Don't be mad, y'all, but no one came out before me, right?
Did anybody? Io, no. Gwen's just like
I know.
no.
Let's just get the hell out of here.
I think we're heading that way. Stay with us.
Oh, I'm definitely staying with you. And he literally uses it. He's never done this before, but he literally grabs your tail with his tail
Got it.
and
Perfect.
squeezes. All right, this is probably going to make walking a little bit awkward, but
We'll figure it out.
yeah, we'll figure it out. I'll make sure to keep up with your gait, because
Just know, whatever you hear, It's her. The hag.
Yeah. I'll make her regret it.
That's real.
How?
Y'all are real.
Sarah kind of like, ow, and looks down and sees a small rat nipping at her heel. That's the first live thing we've seen in here.
It's probably as real as everything else. And it's not what it seems.
Really
Let's
hurt,
go.
Gwen. I mean, I hear you, but
What kind of shoes does Sarah wear? Are they open-toed, or are they boots, or shoes, or slippers?
say open-toed, like sandals.
Yeah.
Is there a visible wound on her foot?
I like that question. I will tell you, yes, you see a physical wound on her.
Well, real or not, that blood looked real. Let's best be moving quickly now.
Okay. All right. So there's 3 of us. That's not everybody, but we'll continue moving forward.
Yes, let's go.
There's your side. Alistair and Kara, I would like you to give me a perception check.
$17.
Proletariat 20.
Nice.
Kara, you see in the midst of this dead tree, it doesn't look like it's getting any closer, but is becoming more defined. You notice there's a little tiny from your vantage point right now, but it looks like it'd be big enough to be able to slip through a hole in the trunk of the tree, looking like bored out by some bird. It looks natural. But it's way in.
Yeah, she's gonna go for it.
You hear the voice one more time go, I know you can't trust me. But based on what I see, you're going the right way.
I'm sorry, I should have asked this before. Is this Hadrian's voice, Carter's voice, Mask's voice? Whose voice is it?
I think specifically you said you didn't want it to be like, I think Mask was like, I don't want to be Carter anymore because of like being careful with that.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
So it is Mask's voice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought before it was Hadrian, then I just realized it could be Mask.
Yeah, it was Mask. Yeah. But
okay,
I mean, they said like, I know you can't trust me.
Mm-hmm.
You continue to head forward. Alistair, what did you roll?
17.
17. As you're getting closer, I assume you're getting closer.
Yes, sir.
You notice the door to the cottage is not shut. As you feel like you can hear and smell a fire going inside. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.